What would you do if your very existence hinged on the whims of kings and the treachery of empires? In a world where dreams could shift the fate of nations and loyalty was as fragile as a flickering flame, one young man stood resolute against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with tension in ancient Babylon, where golden towers loomed like giants, casting long shadows over a city brimming with secrets. Here, beneath the watchful gaze of the heavens, a storm was brewing, one that would test faith and resilience in ways unimaginable. Daniel, a mere boy, had been ripped from his homeland, thrust into a foreign court where every word was a double-edged sword. He navigated a treacherous landscape of power and deception, where kings ruled with an iron fist and whispers of rebellion danced through the air. The heavy scent of incense lingered, mingling with fear as Daniel faced the first of many trials. A king craving answers hidden in dreams, the fabric of his sanity unraveling with each restless night. Eyes watched, waiting for a misstep that could shatter the delicate balance of life or death. As dreams morphed into ominous visions, Daniel's heart raced. He stood before the mighty Nebuchadnezzar, his pulse thrumming like a war drum as he prepared to unveil the truth hidden within the king's nightmares. Would the revelation spark fury or awe? The weight of revelation pressed down on him like an anvil, a turning point that would echo through the halls of history. Each moment was a tightrope walk over a chasm of uncertainty, where failure meant not just his own demise, but that of his friends, his people, and a legacy that could be lost with a single breath. But danger lurked beyond the throne room. Jealousy simmered among the king's advisors, their eyes glinting with malice and ambition. Would they conspire to bring him down? The very air felt charged, as if it held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash between the loyal and the wicked. In a kingdom built on betrayal, where loyalty was a commodity and the stakes soared higher than the ziggurats, Daniel's every move was scrutinized, his every word a potential weapon. As the fiery furnace awaited its next victims, the tension thickened like a storm cloud ready to burst. Should he bow to the pressure and forsake his beliefs or stand firm, risking everything? A moment hung in the balance, a choice that would set the course for empires. Surrounded by whispers of false gods and the haunting echoes of a past life, Daniel's resolve would be tested beyond measure. Would he emerge unscathed, or would the flames consume his very essence? In this epic tale of faith and fortitude, a young man's courage would illuminate the darkness. Each chapter unfurls like a scroll whispered through time, beckoning the reader to witness the collision of destiny and choice, where the boundaries of heaven and earth blur, and the fight for survival ignites a blaze that would ripple across generations. History trembles, waiting to reveal what lies ahead. In the dim light of an ancient palace, the weight of empires hung heavy in the air. The sound of whispered prayers mingled with the clinking of chains, echoing through the stone corridors where dreams were forged and destinies sealed. Daniel, a young captive, stood against the cold wall, eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. He knew he was a stranger in a land that had taken everything from him. Yet, within the confines of his heart, a flicker of hope remained, igniting the spark of a story that would shake the very foundations of kingdoms. In the glittering city of Babylon, the first chapter unfolded with the chaos of a conquered Jerusalem. Daniel, pulled from his homeland, faced not just the challenge of survival but the greater test of faith. The fear of losing all he held dear gnawed at him. He clutched a small piece of parchment, inscribed with the words of his ancestors, a reminder of who he was. The tension of his new reality settled like a storm cloud, heavy and ominous. As days turned into nights, Daniel found himself in a royal academy, surrounded by the finest minds of Babylon. The pressure to conform was immense, yet he held onto his beliefs like a life raft in turbulent waters. The clash of cultures ignited a fierce internal battle. Would he bow to the idols of his captors or stand tall like a cedar tree against the winds of change? The king's table overflowed with delicacies, but Daniel's heart ached for the simple bread and water of his childhood. His resolve hardened when he made a daring choice, to defy the royal decree and ask for a diet that honored his faith. The risk was monumental, yet the taste of freedom was far sweeter than any delicacy. This act of bravery set the stage for a confrontation that would reverberate through the ages. As he gained favor and wisdom, Daniel's reputation soared, drawing the attention of the king, who sought answers for his troubling dreams. Night after night, the king was tormented by visions he could not decipher, and the palace buzzed with fear. Daniel stepped forward, heart racing, ready to interpret the dreams that would reveal the fate of nations. His voice trembled yet held a certainty that surprised even him, weaving together symbols of kingdoms that would rise and fall. But the shadows grew darker as jealousy festered among the king's advisors. They plotted against him, twisting the king's trust into a noose. A law was decreed, one that would demand worship of the king. And yet, Daniel knelt in his room, praying fervently, his heart a battlefield of fear and faith. The tension mounted as he faced a choice that would alter his life forever. The sounds of the lion's den echoed in his mind, roars that seemed to mock his faith. As he was cast into the pit, the darkness enveloped him, but instead of despair, a calm resolve filled the void. Would he be consumed by the very beasts summoned to silence him? Or would his hope shine through the shadows? The anticipation was unbearable, the world holding its breath as Daniel faced the jaws of death with unwavering courage. But the dawn broke with a promise. The king's voice rang out in disbelief and joy, and Daniel emerged, unharmed, a living testament to faith and resilience. The kingdom marveled, and the king decreed that all should honor Daniel's God. The tide shifted, and the whispered prayers of the faithful became thunderous proclamations. Yet the battle was far from over. Another vision haunted Daniel, revealing the rise of empires and the fall of kingdoms. The weight of prophecy pressed down on him, and he wrestled with the implications of what was to come. The past was intertwined with the future, and he could see the threads of fate weaving a tapestry of pain and hope. In the midst of political turmoil, a new challenge arose. A figure emerged from the shadows, a wicked queen whose ambitions threatened to plunge the world into chaos. The stakes escalated as Daniel navigated the treacherous waters of court intrigue. The tension was palpable as he sought to protect his people while holding fast to his principles, each decision a potential turning point in history. The story twisted and turned, leading to a climactic moment where Daniel stood before the king once more. With trembling hands, he unveiled the truth hidden within the king's dreams, revealing destinies intertwined with the fate of nations. The air crackled with electricity as the weight of the world rested on his shoulders, his heart racing with the gravity of his words. As empires rose and fell, Daniel found himself growing older but not weary. He became a mentor, guiding the next generation, instilling courage in those who would carry the torch of faith into the unknown. The legacy of his trials echoed through the chambers of time, and those who came after him drew strength from his unwavering spirit. Yet, in the quiet moments, the shadows of doubt crept in. Daniel's heart ached as he reflected on the sacrifices made and the friends lost along the way. He felt the burden of history, knowing that his choices would ripple through the ages long after he was gone. With each breath, he sought solace in prayer, the only refuge that could calm the storm within. The narrative shifted once more, revealing a world unbound by time and space. Visions of future trials and tribulations danced before him, and he understood that his story was part of a much larger narrative. The battle between faith and doubt waged on, echoing in the hearts of those who would follow in his footsteps. As the sun set on his life, Daniel looked back at the tapestry woven from his trials, triumphs, and tears. He knew that while his journey was coming to an end, the legacy of his faith would endure. The whispers of hope and courage continued to resonate, igniting a flame in the hearts of others. And so, the story of Daniel flowed seamlessly into the next chapter, a testament to the enduring power of faith and the relentless pursuit of truth, a reminder that every choice shapes the future, and every heart holds the potential to change the world. The echoes of his life would continue to inspire, drawing in hearts and minds, forever entwined in the grand narrative of humanity. Under the vast, star-studded sky of ancient Mesopotamia, a city rose like a phoenix from the ashes of time. Babylon, with its breathtaking ziggurats and bustling markets, pulsed with life, ambition, and dreams that reached beyond the horizon. The air was thick with the scent of spices and the echoes of laughter, mingling with the distant sounds of artisans crafting their wares. This was a place where the ordinary became extraordinary, where every street corner held a whisper of magic, and every stone spoke of glory yet to come. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the city, the people of Babylon were unaware that their lives were unfolding against the backdrop of a monumental change. They were on the brink of greatness, a greatness that would etch their names into the annals of history. Here, the Tigris and Euphrates rivers cradled the city, their waters carrying the hopes and dreams of countless generations, nourishing both land and spirit. The fertile soil was a canvas for the seeds of empire, waiting to bloom. In the heart of this thriving metropolis lived a young boy named Hammurabi. Small and unassuming, he often stood on the crowded streets, watching as merchants from distant lands displayed exotic goods, silks from Persia, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, and cedar wood from Lebanon. Each item told a story, and Hammurabi, with wide eyes and a heart full of ambition, dreamed of one day uniting these stories into a single narrative, one that would be written in the stars. With each passing day, the boy's dreams grew bolder, and the city around him transformed in ways that defied imagination. Babylon was not merely a collection of mud brick houses. It was a living entity, a mosaic of cultures, languages, and traditions. The people were a blend of Sumerians, Akkadians, and Amorites, each contributing to the rich tapestry of life. They worshipped at the ziggurat, with its towering presence dedicated to Marduk, the supreme god, whose very name echoed with power and authority. To the Babylonians, their god was not merely a figure of worship but a promise of protection and prosperity. Yet, outside the city walls, a storm was brewing. As Hammurabi grew, so did the shadows of rival kingdoms poised to challenge Babylon's dominance. The Elamites to the east and the Assyrians to the north stirred like restless spirits, seeking to claim the fertile lands that Babylon had cultivated. Tensions simmered just beneath the surface, barely contained like a fire waiting for a breeze to ignite it. As Hammurabi listened to the tales of war and valor shared by the seasoned warriors, a fire ignited within him, a determination to rise above the chaos, to forge an empire that would stand the test of time. With every heartbeat, Babylon pulsed with energy, and Hammurabi's aspirations became a mirror reflecting the city's own ambition. He witnessed the grandeur of the city's walls, soaring high to protect its people, the very definition of strength. But behind that strength lay an equally important truth: the wisdom of governance, the need for justice, and the unwritten laws that held society together like the clay bricks of their homes. One fateful morning, a group of elders gathered in the shadow of the great ziggurat, their voices hushed, their expressions grave. They spoke of the chaos that threatened to engulf them, of the need for a ruler who could bring order to the disorder. Hammurabi, now a young man, listened intently, his heart racing as the weight of their words enveloped him like a cloak. He felt the pull of destiny, as if the very fabric of time weaved his fate into the destiny of Babylon itself. The elders turned their gaze towards him, seeing not just a young man but a leader in the making. He stood before them, trembling yet resolute, knowing that the burden of the city rested upon his shoulders. He had seen the suffering of the people, their cries for justice echoing in the marketplace, and he understood the time had come to rise as the beacon of hope. With clarity born from deep within, he spoke words that would resonate through history. "Let there be justice for all." As those words left his lips, a ripple of energy surged through the gathering. The elders exchanged glances filled with newfound hope, while Hammurabi felt the thrill of something monumental in the air. The cries of the people began to blend into a symphony, harmonizing with the sound of destiny unfolding. The city held its breath, poised on the brink of change, ready to step into a future that shimmered like the sun-kissed Euphrates. But the shadows outside the walls did not rest. Rival armies stirred, unsure whether to fear or respect the growing legend of the young ruler. Babylon was poised to become a force unlike any the world had ever seen, its very foundations trembling with the weight of potential. The vision of a united empire flickered in Hammurabi's mind, a tapestry woven from the threads of justice, culture, and strength. With each passing day, he would face challenges that would test his resolve and doubts that would rattle his soul. But within him burned an unwavering desire to uplift his people, to carve a legacy that would echo through the ages. The pulse of Babylon quickened around him, and the shadows of its past intertwined with the dreams of its future, creating a narrative that demanded to be told. As the sun set on yet another day in Babylon, the young ruler stood at the edge of the city. The night sky enveloped him like an ancient cloak, stars glimmering like the eyes of ancestors watching over him. He could feel the weight of history pressing down, urging him to act. The winds carried whispers of destiny, and in that moment, he knew that the rise of Babylon was not just a tale of bricks and mortar, but a story of the human spirit, resilient and unyielding. And so, with a heart ablaze with purpose, Hammurabi took a breath, ready to step forward into the unknown. The empire awaited its birth, and in the shadows, the echoes of ancient dreams grew louder, promising that the greatest chapters of Babylon were yet to be written. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the walls of Jerusalem, a city that had known both glory and despair. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding, as if the very stones of the temple whispered warnings of the storm approaching. It was a day that would change everything, a day when the winds of fate swept through the land, carrying with them the bitter scent of captivity. In the midst of the chaos, four young men stood together, their hearts pounding like drums in their chests. Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, their names sang of hope and promise, but today they felt like prisoners in their own skin. They had known nothing but the warmth of their families and the teachings of their faith, but that was about to vanish like smoke in the wind. The Babylonian armies had come like a flood, and the world as they knew it was crumbling around them. As the soldiers marched into the city, cloaked in armor that glinted ominously in the fading light, a chilling realization set in. The young men could feel the weight of history pressing down on their shoulders. They were not just taken. They were chosen for a purpose that they could not yet comprehend. The conquerors were not merely interested in their bodies. They sought to bend their wills, to erase their identities, and to forge them into something new, a reflection of Babylonian might. The captors rounded up the young men, their eyes flashing with a mixture of triumph and disdain. The fear in the air was palpable, but Daniel stood firm. He looked at his friends, gathering strength from the bond they shared. Each of them was a flickering candle, and together they formed a flame that could not be easily extinguished. But in that moment, uncertainty gnawed at their hearts. What lay ahead was a dark abyss, and they had no map to navigate its treacherous waters. As they were led away from their homeland, the sight of Jerusalem disappearing into the distance felt like a knife twisting in their chests. They turned back one last time, memorizing the outlines of the city, the temple that had been their sanctuary. Tears stung Daniel's eyes, but he blinked them away. He couldn't show weakness, not now. Not when they needed each other more than ever. The journey to Babylon was fraught with discomfort and dread. The young men were shackled, forced to march long hours under the relentless sun. Each step felt like an echo of their lost freedom. The sound of marching feet echoed in their ears, along with the laughter of captors who took pleasure in their misfortune. The weight of their chains clinked in a dissonant rhythm, a cruel melody that played over and over again in their minds. Daniel, ever the observant one, noticed how the other captives were silent, their eyes hollow. They had lost hope. He felt a surge of fear, but also determination. He whispered to his friends, "We must not forget who we are." His words were a lifeline, a fragile thread that connected them to their roots. Hananiah nodded, his jaw set tight, while Mishael clenched his fists, his own resolve hardening. Azariah offered a shaky smile, but it was a smile that spoke of courage, not defeat. Upon their arrival in Babylon, they were confronted by a world so different from their own. The towering ziggurats pierced the sky, and the air was thick with the scent of spices that overwhelmed their senses. The streets were alive with chatter in a language they barely understood, and the sight of the vast, foreign city made their hearts race with both fear and awe. It was a new reality, one that felt like a nightmare from which they could not awaken. The king's palace loomed before them, an imposing structure that radiated power and opulence. Here, they would be trained in the ways of the Babylonians, groomed to serve as advisors in the king's court. But the cost was high. They were to abandon their names, Hebrew names that held their identities, and embrace names that represented the very culture that conquered them. Daniel became Belteshazzar, Hananiah turned into Shadrach, Mishael became Meshach, and Azariah was renamed Abednego. Each name felt like a chain added to their identities, and the loss stung deeply. The young men were taken to a grand hall, filled with the most luxurious foods they had ever seen. Golden platters overflowed with lavish dishes, exotic fruits, and rich wines. But as they surveyed the feast laid out before them, their hearts sank. The royal food was unclean according to their laws, an abomination to their faith. It was a test, they realized, one that challenged not just their bodies, but their very souls. Daniel felt a fire ignite within him. He couldn't allow himself or his friends to compromise. They were more than mere captives. They were bearers of a legacy, a lineage steeped in faith and conviction. He turned to his friends, his voice low but steady. "We cannot eat this food. It is not right." The uncertainty hung in the air like a thick fog, but his friends looked back at him, their resolve strengthening. As they stood there, wrestling with fear and determination, the shadows of the palace stretched long around them. The unknown loomed ahead, a dark tunnel with no light in sight. But in that moment, Daniel knew that they had a choice. They could either succumb to the pressure of their captors or find a way to stay true to themselves. It was a choice that would define them, a choice that could either break or strengthen the bond they shared. With each passing hour, they would face choices that felt insurmountable, battles that would test not just their strength, but their very essence. Yet, within the turmoil, a whisper of hope lingered, an unyielding belief that even in captivity, they could rise amidst the ashes of despair. It was a delicate moment, suspended in time, where courage flickered like a flame, guiding them through the encroaching darkness. The true test was just beginning, and they would face it together, as brothers forged in the fire of faith. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the ancient city of Babylon, a place of towering ziggurats and bustling marketplaces. The air was thick with the scent of spices and the distant sound of merchants haggling, but the heart of the city beat strongest within the grand palace, where young men were being prepared to carry the weight of nations on their shoulders. At the center of this regal chaos stood a courtyard, its stone floor worn smooth by countless footsteps. Here, the air crackled with tension and ambition, as the future leaders of Babylon trained under the watchful eyes of seasoned tutors. They wore tunics of fine linen, their bodies still soft with youth, but their eyes burned with a fierce determination. Each of them, plucked from their homes, was thrust into a world brimming with foreign customs and daunting expectations. Asher, a tall boy with dark hair and an earnest face, stood among them. He could hardly believe he was here, miles away from the rolling hills of his homeland, surrounded by the splendor of a civilization that felt like a dream. The grandeur of the palace loomed above him, each carved stone whispering tales of ancient kings and battles long forgotten. But beneath the surface of awe lay an undercurrent of anxiety. What if he wasn't good enough? What if he failed to learn the ways of this magnificent empire? As the sun dipped lower, the head instructor, a formidable man named Nabu, called the trainees to gather. His voice boomed across the courtyard, commanding respect and attention. "You stand at the threshold of greatness," he declared, his dark eyes glinting like obsidian. "In this court, you will learn not just the art of governance, but the very essence of leadership." The boys watched him, rapt, but Asher felt a weight in his chest. He was not here just to learn. He was here to become something more than himself, and the pressure of that thought was suffocating. Each lesson was a test, not only of their mental acuity but of their spirit. Days turned into weeks, and the training was relentless. They were taught the intricacies of diplomacy, where a single word could spark alliances or ignite wars. Ashur found himself wrestling with difficult concepts that twisted his mind in knots. During one particularly grueling session focused on oratory skills, Ashur stumbled over his words, the crowd of boys laughing, their voices echoing in mockery. He felt the heat rise in his cheeks, the sting of humiliation too sharp to ignore. Anger surged within him, but he turned it into determination. That night, alone in his quarters, he practiced in front of a flickering oil lamp, speaking to the shadows as if they were the most powerful men in Babylon. Days of struggle turned into weeks, and slowly, Ashur began to find his voice. His confidence grew, but it wasn't just the training that changed him. It was the friendships he formed. Among the boys, there was Kedar, a quick-witted lad with a knack for strategy. Together, they forged a bond, often huddled in corners, sharing stories from their homelands, their laughter mingling with echoes of the palace. Kedar's laughter was contagious, and it lightened the heavy atmosphere of the court. They were brothers, each one urging the other to strive harder, to dig deeper. Yet, shadows loomed even in their camaraderie. Rumors began to swirl about a looming crisis, not just in Babylon but across the lands. Whispers of rival kingdoms plotting against them echoed in the hallowed halls. It was during a tense evening gathering, under the twinkling stars, when Nabu revealed a new directive. The time has come for you to test your skills in real negotiation, he announced, his voice steady but laced with an undercurrent of urgency. You will represent Babylon in an assembly with emissaries from nearby kingdoms. Your success could shape the future of our empire. A thrill coursed through Ashur's veins. This was his chance to prove himself. But with that thrill came a wave of fear. The stakes were higher than ever before. As the day of the assembly approached, Ashur's nights were restless, filled with visions of failure. He practiced in secret, poring over scrolls filled with ancient treaties, his heart pounding with the weight of responsibility. Finally, the day arrived. Ashur stood in the assembly hall, the air thick with tension and uncertainty. It was unlike anything he had encountered in training. The walls were adorned with vibrant tapestries depicting Babylon's triumphs, yet they felt like witnesses to his impending doom. As he faced the emissaries, their faces were a mix of skepticism and curiosity. He could feel the eyes of the court on him, the pressure to perform weighing heavy on his shoulders. The moment came when he was called to speak. Ashur took a deep breath, grounding himself in the lessons he had learned, his heart racing as he stepped forward. The words poured from him, each one a thread binding him to the hopes of his people. He spoke of unity, of shared dreams, and of the strength found in diversity. For a heartbeat, he felt the fear lift, replaced by a flicker of something powerful, hope. But then, a sharp voice cut through the air. A rival emissary, his face twisted in disdain. What makes Babylon worthy of trust? He sneered, throwing doubt into the assembly like a stone cast into still water. Ashur's heart sank, the weight of the question crashing down on him. He felt exposed, each eye piercing through him with expectation. In that moment of uncertainty, he glanced to Kedar, who nodded encouragingly from the sidelines. It ignited a spark within him. Ashur squared his shoulders, channeling the lessons of the Babylonian court, the strength of his training, the friendships he had forged, the weight of his homeland's hopes. Because we do not fear our differences, he replied, his voice steady. For it is through them that we grow. The room held its breath, the tension palpable. Ashur's heart raced, yet he could feel a shift in the atmosphere, a glimmer of understanding reflected in the eyes of the emissaries. Perhaps, just perhaps, he had reached them. But before he could savor the moment, a loud crash echoed from the far side of the hall. A guard rushed in, his face pale with fear. "An attack!" he shouted, and the assembled nobles turned as one, the fragile hope fracturing into chaos. Panic erupted, voices rising in alarm, and Ashur's heart raced, not just for himself but for the brothers he had trained alongside, for the city that had begun to feel like home. In that instant, the world of training and diplomacy melted away, replaced by the stark reality of imminent danger. Ashur, once just a boy learning the ways of power, now stood at the brink of becoming something far greater. The court was no longer a place of education. It was now a battleground, and his next steps would echo through history. The air was thick with the rich aroma of roasted meats and sweet pastries as Daniel stood in the opulent banquet hall of King Nebuchadnezzar's palace. Golden goblets sparkled in the candlelight, filled to the brim with wine from distant lands. The laughter and chatter of nobles reverberated off the marble walls. But for Daniel, the sounds felt distant, like a dream fading away. His heart raced, not from hunger but from the weight of the decision he was about to make. As he gazed at the lavish spread before him, a wave of emotions surged through his chest. He could see his fellow captives, young men like him, their eyes wide with wonder and greed, eagerly reaching for the royal delicacies. They had been torn from their homes, thrust into a foreign land, and now faced an impossible choice: to indulge in earthly pleasures or to cling to the faith that had been instilled in them since childhood. Daniel's thoughts flickered back to the teachings of his upbringing, of the sacred laws that had guided his people through generations. The weight of his ancestors' legacy pressed down on him like a heavy cloak, suffocating yet protective. His mind was a whirlwind of doubt. Would refusing the king's food mark him as a fool, or would it proclaim his faith with unwavering strength? Each dish before him was a temptation, a test of his resolve. The roasted lamb, so tender, glistened with honey, a siren call to the stomach. The fragrant rice, jeweled with spices, whispered promises of satisfaction. Yet, in every bite lay the risk of compromise. In every drop of wine, the essence of a culture that was not his own. Daniel's heart pounded as he turned to his friends, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. They were all in this together, bound by a fierce loyalty that transcended their captivity. Their eyes met, and in that brief exchange of glances lay a world of understanding. They, too, felt the struggle between survival and faith, the tension of familiarity and the foreignness of their surroundings. He took a deep breath, summoning the courage that had been forged in the fires of their upbringing. "I cannot partake in this food," he finally declared, his voice steady despite the nervous flutter in his stomach. "Let us eat only vegetables and drink water." The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of defiance. A hush fell over the table. Whispers rippled through the crowd, curiosity mingling with confusion. Daniel's heart raced, not from fear, but from the exhilarating rush of standing firm in his convictions. He was aware of the risks, the potential wrath of the king, the sneers of the courtiers who thrived on opulence and excess. But he was also aware that the path of faith had never promised ease. The steward, a stout man with a balding head and a face etched with skepticism, scrutinized him. "You would refuse the king's provisions? Do you not realize the fate that awaits those who defy him?" His tone dripped with disdain, yet Daniel remained undeterred. The tension crackled in the air like an electric storm. "Give us 10 days, Daniel proposed, his resolve radiating confidence. "Let us consume nothing but vegetables and water. At the end of that time, let our appearance be compared to that of the young men who eat the royal food." The steward hesitated, weighing the potential consequences. Yet something in Daniel's eyes, a flicker of fierce determination, persuaded him. "Very well," he finally conceded, albeit with reluctance. As Daniel and his friends settled into their new routine, the days swiftly turned into a mixture of challenges and triumphs. Each morning began with the sun breaking through the narrow windows of their quarters, casting a warm glow on their humble meals. A simple assortment of beans, fresh vegetables, and pure water drawn from the palace's well. With every bite, they felt their bodies grow stronger, their spirits more entwined with one another. But the nights were filled with restlessness. Daniel often lay awake, reflecting on the choices they had made. He wondered if they were truly on the right path. Would their faith sustain them through the trials of captivity? Would they be seen as weak for refusing the luxury that surrounded them? These questions gnawed at him, yet each morning he rose with renewed determination, fueled by the belief that their refusal was not just an act of defiance. It was a commitment to something greater. 10 days passed, but to Daniel it felt like an eternity. The anticipation built within him, a mixture of anxiety and hope. The steward returned, his expression curious yet guarded, ready to witness the outcome of their peculiar diet. Daniel could feel the eyes of his friends on him, their silent support a balm to his frayed nerves. When the day of reckoning arrived, the steward summoned the young men who had indulged in the royal feast. They entered the hall, their posture proud, brimming with the fruits of luxury. But Daniel stood tall, his heart steady, as they were all presented before the king, the ultimate arbiter of worthiness. "Let it be seen who has thrived," the steward announced, and as he measured their health and vitality against the others, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Daniel's heart raced, pounding in his ears like a war drum. He could feel the tension mounting, the tangible anticipation hanging in the air. Their bodies, nourished by simplicity, radiated a strength that transcended mere physicality. While others appeared sluggish and heavy, Daniel and his friends shone with vitality. The king's gaze swept over them, and in that moment, Daniel felt the weight of destiny hang in the balance. Would their faith be rewarded, or would it cast them into further darkness? As the moments stretched on like an eternity, the tension in the room seemed to pulse with life. In the face of uncertainty, Daniel's resolve only deepened. He could feel history swirling around him, every choice resonating through the ages. Would others, centuries later, look upon their story and draw strength from it? Would they too find the courage to stand firm in their beliefs, even when temptation loomed large? A declaration was about to be made, one that would echo beyond these palace walls, thrusting their story into the annals of time. Daniel stood tall, heart pounding, a beacon of unwavering faith in a world that sought to drown it in indulgence. The future was uncertain, but in that moment, the seeds of resilience were being sown, ready to flourish under the weight of their defiance. In the hushed corridors of Babylon's grand palace, where golden tapestries whispered tales of wealth and power, there lived for young men whose destinies were intertwined with the fate of empires. Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, each a beacon of hope among the sea of darkness that surrounded them. Their hearts beat with a fierce rhythm of faith, and their minds sparkled with the brilliance of knowledge. But as they stood before the towering statue of King Nebuchadnezzar, the weight of their predicament hung thick in the air, heavy with the scent of incense and uncertainty. The king had summoned the wisest men of his empire, demanding answers no one could provide. A dream haunted him, a vivid, terrifying vision that gnawed at his spirit, leaving him sleepless and desperate. The soothsayers, the magicians, and the enchanters scrambled to appease him, each one more frightened than the last. They spoke in riddles and rhymes, their voices trembling like leaves in a storm, but Nebuchadnezzar's fury only grew. How could they not interpret what he had seen? How could anyone claim to speak for the gods when their words were but empty echoes? But tucked away in the corners of the palace, away from the noise and chaos, Daniel and his friends prayed. Each word they uttered was a lifeline, a thread that connected them to the divine. They sought wisdom not from the fickle whims of Babylon, but from the Eternal One who could illuminate the darkest of nights. As they clasped their hands together, an unshakable calm enveloped them, a promise that God would not abandon them in their hour of need. Days turned into anxious nights, and the palace buzzed with tension. Nebuchadnezzar's wrath was a storm, and the winds howled around the wise men like wolves circling their prey. The king's decree had gone forth. Those who could not reveal the meaning of his dream would face death, their lives extinguished like flickering candles in a tempest. But Daniel held fast to hope, and it was there, in the quiet moments of utter despair, that divine inspiration struck him like lightning. In a vision, the mysteries of the king's dream were laid bare before him, vibrant and alive. He saw a great statue made of 4 distinct materials: gold, silver, bronze, and iron, each representing kingdoms that would rise and fall, culminating in a divine kingdom that would never be destroyed. With trembling hands but a steady heart, Daniel rushed to the king. The moment was electric, charged with the kind of tension that makes the soul feel alive. As he entered the court, The eyes of the wise men turned to him, filled with equal parts envy and dread. The guards, with swords at their sides, stood like silent sentinels, aware that the scales of fate hung in the balance. "King Nebuchadnezzar," Daniel began, his voice steady yet filled with reverence. "The God of heaven has revealed your dream to me." The king's gaze hardened, skepticism flickering across his face, but Daniel pressed on. He spoke of the great statue, of the kingdoms it represented, and how they would ultimately fall before the eternal kingdom established by the Almighty. As he spoke, the room fell silent, each listener captivated by the weight of his words. The air thickened with the power of prophecy. Daniel's friends stood behind him, hearts pounding, prayers racing through their minds. Would this revelation bring salvation or doom? Their faith was their shield, their knowledge their sword. But even as the king listened, a flicker of something darker danced in the depths of his eyes. Anger, perhaps, or fear. Would he accept the truth, or would he let his pride dictate his response? The tension was palpable, a living thing that wrapped around each heart in the room. When Daniel finished, Nebuchadnezzar stared, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. The moment stretched, seconds feeling like hours, time suspended in a fragile balance. Then, like a floodgate bursting, the king erupted in praise, acknowledging the power of Daniel's God. Yet, within his gratitude, a hint of menace lingered. The king was not one to share glory easily. Meanwhile, Daniel's heart swelled with gratitude and awe, but he knew what was coming next. His friends stood beside him, their faces a mixture of relief and apprehension. Would they be rewarded for their unwavering faith, or would jealousy from the king's court ignite a wildfire of despair? The king invited them to dine at his table, offering them positions of honor in his court. In that moment, Daniel knew that God's favor rested upon them. It was not just their wisdom that shone brightly, but their unwavering faith that had guided them through the storm. Their hearts beat in unison, a melody of triumph over fear, grace over despair. As they feasted, laughter and joy filled the air, but the shadow of the past loomed over them. The other wise men would not take this lightly. They were cornered animals, and desperation can drive men to monstrous lengths. Just as dawn breaks after the darkest night, Daniel and his friends experienced this moment of victory, knowing that another battle lay ahead. The palace buzzed with the gossip of the court, whispers of their rise swirling like smoke. The wise men, stung by envy, began plotting, their hearts hardened against the four young men. The tension was thick, the atmosphere crackling with the sparks of impending conflict. For every step Daniel and his friends took towards glory, there were those lurking in the shadows, waiting for a chance to strike. But the strength of their bond, forged in prayer and faith, burned brightly. With each challenge, they would stand together, held up by the very favor of God. The uncertainties of the future hung over them like a dark cloud, but as they gazed into the depths of their looming destiny, they felt the comforting presence of the divine. This was just the beginning of their story, a prelude to the trials and tribulations that awaited. The air crackled with the promise of what was to come, a thrilling tale waiting to be unraveled, and the four young men knew that their faith would be tested in ways they could not yet imagine. The night air was thick with tension, a palpable energy swirling in the grand palace of Babylon. King Nebuchadnezzar lay restless on his opulent bed, his mind a storm of thoughts and fears. Shadows danced across the walls, flickering like lost souls, while the moon cast a silvery glow through the high windows, illuminating his troubled face. Suddenly, he fell into a deep sleep, one that would plunge him into a world where reality twisted with nightmare, a world that would haunt him long after the dawn. In that shadowed realm, a colossal statue loomed before him, its enormity both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Each part of the statue was crafted from different materials. The head was pure gold, gleaming and proud. The chest and arms were silver, a symbol of strength yet lacking permanence. The belly and thighs of bronze stood firm, but even they bowed under the weight of time. The legs, ironclad and formidable, threatened to crush all beneath them, while the feet, partly iron and partly clay, were precarious, a fragile balance teetering on the edge of disaster. Nebuchadnezzar could feel the weight of the statue's presence pressing down on him, a dire omen whispering of what was to come. As he gazed upon this magnificent yet foreboding figure, a stone cut without hands appeared from a mountain. It hurtled through the air, striking the feet of the statue with a force that shook the very foundations of the earth. The statue crumbled like dust, its pieces scattering into nothingness, leaving only a vast emptiness behind. Nebuchadnezzar's heart raced. What did this mean? Was this a sign of his power crumbling? The dream felt like a warning, an echo of prophecy that sent shivers down his spine. He awoke with a start, gasping for breath, the vivid imagery of the vision still fresh in his mind. The palace was dark, the silence around him deafening, yet his heart pounded like a war drum in his chest. Fear twisted in his gut, a chilling sense that this dream was not just a figment of his imagination, but a portent of things to come. He leaped from his bed, pacing restlessly, the weight of responsibility heavy upon his shoulders. The king called for his wise men, his advisors, his magicians. He needed answers, and he needed them quickly. The very fate of his kingdom seemed to hinge on the interpretation of this dream. As the sun began to rise, streaking the sky with hues of orange and purple, the wise men gathered. They entered his throne room with confidence, but Nebuchadnezzar's piercing gaze silenced them. "I have had a dream," he proclaimed, his voice echoing off the marble walls. "Tell me what it means." But Nebuchadnezzar, consumed by disbelief at the uncertainty gnawing at his mind, demanded something extraordinary. He would not reveal the contents of the dream. He would not give them the words to appease him. Instead, they must tell him both the dream and its interpretation, or face dire consequences. A murmur rippled through the gathered crowd, a wave of dread washing over the wise men. They exchanged nervous glances, their confidence evaporating like morning mist. "O king, live forever," one of the magicians stammered, his hands trembling. "No man on earth can fulfill such a command. Reveal the dream, and we will interpret it." Nebuchadnezzar's patience was thin, fraying at the edges. "You say that I am great, yet you cannot even answer a simple question. If you do not comply, I will have you torn from limb to limb." His voice thundered, and the air crackled with tension. The magicians fell silent, their faces pale, their hearts racing. They knew the stakes. They knew the king's fury was a force of nature. In the midst of the chaos, one young man stood apart from the rest. Daniel, a captive from Jerusalem, gifted with insight and understanding. A flicker of hope ignited in his heart as he stepped forward, his voice steady amidst the turmoil. "Let me have a chance to interpret the dream, O king," he said, his eyes unwavering. "God will reveal it to me." With the king's consent, Daniel returned to his humble dwelling, falling to his knees in fervent prayer. Surrounded by darkness, he sought the light, yearning for wisdom. The night stretched on, every tick of the clock echoing like thunder in his ears, until at last vision washed over him. A sacred revelation. The dream was unveiled, the meaning crystal clear. The next day, Daniel stood before Nebuchadnezzar, the weight of the king's fate resting heavily on his shoulders. The throne room was filled with whispers, the tension thick enough to cut. As he approached the throne, Daniel sensed the king's skepticism, the desperate hope that flickered in the air. Nebuchadnezzar's eyes searched his, a mix of fear and expectation. "Your Majesty," Daniel began, his voice calm and firm, "the dream you had is a message from the heavens." He recounted the statue, each detail piercing through the room like arrows, describing the gold, silver, bronze, iron, and clay. He spoke of empires rising and falling, of human pride and the inevitable decline that follows. Nebuchadnezzar listened, rapt, feeling the weight of destiny upon him. But he also felt a creeping dread. Was his reign truly destined to crumble? As Daniel unveiled the final part of the vision, the stone that obliterated the statue, Nebuchadnezzar's heart thudded in his chest. The stone represented a kingdom that would never be destroyed, one that would stand forever. The realization settled in like a dark cloud, heavy and oppressive. His empire, built on the blood, sweat, and tears of so many, could be reduced to dust. Every word Daniel spoke tightened around Nebuchadnezzar like a noose, and as the interpretation sank in, he felt a whirlwind of emotion. Fear, anger, disbelief, and an unsettling sense of inevitability. The king's mind raced. What could he do to change the course laid out before him? His once proud heart quivered with uncertainty, and for the first time, he wondered if he could escape the ominous fate foretold. The atmosphere thickened, charged with unresolved tension, as Daniel concluded his interpretation. The king's expression shifted, a storm brewing behind his steely facade. Nebuchadnezzar faced a choice, but before he could speak, the air shifted once more. An unspoken truth loomed, a question lingering in the silence. What would the king do with this knowledge? Would he heed the warning, or would he defiantly resist the tide of fate, clinging desperately to his power even as it slipped like sand through his fingers? The echoes of destiny hummed, waiting for his next move. The stage set for a drama of monumental proportions that would ripple through time itself. The story was far from over. Nebuchadnezzar's fate hung in the balance, and the next chapter awaited just beyond the horizon. In the flickering light of a candle, shadows danced on the walls of the king's chamber, casting an eerie glow on the face of the ruler, Nebuchadnezzar. His brow was furrowed, eyes wide with terror, as the remnants of a chilling dream gripped his heart. A colossal statue, magnificent yet fearsome, towered over him in the darkness of his mind. A statue of gold, silver, bronze, and iron, with feet of clay. Each material signified strength and fragility, yet the king could not decipher its meaning. He felt as though the very essence of his kingdom lay tangled within that dream. In a kingdom known for its towering walls and extravagant palaces, Nebuchadnezzar was not just a ruler. He was a man whose life hung by the thread of an enigmatic vision. The night air was thick with tension, the kind that could crackle like dry leaves underfoot. He summoned his wise men, the magicians, enchanters, and astrologers. As they filed into the chamber, their hearts raced, knowing the stakes were high. Failure to interpret the king's dream could mean death, a fate none wished to face. The wise men gathered, their faces as pale as the moonlight filtering through the windows. They whispered among themselves, fear palpable in the air. When the king demanded they not only interpret the dream but first reveal its contents, confusion swept over the room. No one could fathom the depths of Nebuchadnezzar's terror. The tension escalated, the atmosphere thick with dread as the wise men hesitated, their voices trembling. The king's anger boiled over, a tempest ready to unleash devastation upon them. But then, amidst the chaos, a spark of hope emerged. Daniel, a young captive from Judah, stood apart from the rest. His spirit shone with a quiet confidence, a beacon in the storm. He had been gifted by God with the ability to understand dreams, and he knew this was his moment. The eyes of the king, wild with fury, turned toward him. Could this young man hold the key to unlocking the riddle that loomed like a giant in the room? With humility, Daniel requested time to seek the God of heaven for the answers the king so desperately needed. The night enveloped him, a cloak of solitude as he prayed fervently. His heart raced as he sought divine wisdom, the weight of the kingdom resting upon his shoulders. The clock ticked ominously, each second echoing the urgency of the situation. But in the stillness of his prayer, a vision unfurled before him, a revelation that made his pulse quicken. He saw the statue, the very one that haunted the king's dreams, and in it lay secrets that transcended time. When dawn broke, Daniel approached Nebuchadnezzar, his face steady yet filled with reverence. As he began to recount the dream, the atmosphere shifted. The vivid details spilled forth like a river, each word striking the king's heart like a thunderclap. There it was, the great statue standing tall with a head of gold, symbolizing Nebuchadnezzar's own mighty kingdom. The king leaned in, his breath caught in his throat, as Daniel spoke of the chest and arms of silver, the belly and thighs of bronze, and the legs of iron that would follow. Nebuchadnezzar's chest tightened, Each material represented successive empires that would rise and fall after him, their might and valor destined to fade, replaced by the feet of clay, brittle and weak. As Daniel's voice echoed through the chamber, he laid out the stark reality before the king. The feet of clay represented a divided kingdom, fragile and prone to collapse under the weight of its own grandeur. Such a portrayal was both a warning and a promise, an acknowledgement of the impermanence of power. And then the climactic moment arrived. Daniel shared the vision of a stone, uncut by human hands, hurtling down from the mountainside, smashing the statue to pieces. The king's heart raced as the implications unfolded. This stone would become a great mountain, filling the earth, a kingdom established by God, eternal and unshakable, destined to replace all earthly empires. The echo of this prophecy hung heavy in the air, reverberating through the walls of the great palace, as if the very stones themselves quaked at the magnitude of what was foretold. Nebuchadnezzar, overwhelmed, felt the weight of fate pressing against his chest. His eyes widened, a mix of fear and awe, as the realization of his own mortality and the transience of his reign washed over him. The dreams of grandeur he held so close now felt like grains of sand slipping through his fingers. Yet, within that terrifying truth lay a thread of hope, a promise that no matter how powerful one might become, there was a greater power that governed the universe. His heart pounded as he took in Daniel, a mere boy standing resolutely before him, bearing the weight of such profound revelations. The king's emotions surged: fear, admiration, and a flicker of respect. In that moment, Nebuchadnezzar understood that there was more at play than his earthly kingdom. Here was a man who not only interpreted his dreams, but also illuminated the destiny of nations, like a lighthouse guiding lost ships through a stormy sea. As the king's heart swelled, he felt a shift within himself, a trembling acknowledgement that perhaps he was not the ultimate ruler he believed himself to be. The power of the Most High was being made known before him, and as he sat upon his throne, adorned in royal robes, a newfound humility began to take root. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to whisper, acknowledging the profound impact of Daniel's words. Nebuchadnezzar's voice, once thunderous and commanding, trembled as he spoke. "Surely, your God is the God of gods, the Lord of kings, and a revealer of mysteries." The air crackled with electric tension as the king's proclamation echoed within the chamber, a declaration that would resonate through history. But just as the weight of the moment seemed to settle, the atmosphere shifted yet again. The shadows in the corners, once silent, began to swirl ominously. The king's heart lurched as an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Could he truly accept this divine revelation? Would he allow the truth of Daniel's words to change the course of his life? The statue, the fleeting power it represented, seemed to loom larger. Would he bend his knee to the prophecy or stand tall, defying the inevitable? The echoes of his own heart pounded in his ears, and with it came a decision that would shape not just his destiny but that of nations to come. The chamber filled with an uneasy silence, a moment suspended in time, where the past met the future, and the fate of empires hung delicately in the balance. In the golden light of dawn, the city of Babylon awoke beneath the watchful gaze of a colossal statue. It stood tall, shimmering under the sun, a beacon of King Nebuchadnezzar's ambition and pride. Crafted from gold, the image commanded attention, its surface gleaming like the sun itself. This was not merely a statue. It was a testament to the king's power and a challenge to the heavens. As the people of Babylon filed into the streets, whispers traveled with the wind. An edict had been proclaimed, and it would change the course of their lives forever. Nebuchadnezzar, a ruler known for his might and ferocity, had created this grand image to unite his empire under a singular symbol of worship. It was not just an idol. It was a direct defiance against the God of Israel, a challenge to the divine. In every corner of the city, the anticipation was palpable. People gathered, their hearts racing, unsure if they would be swept up in the fervor of adoration or bound by chains of rebellion. Mothers held their children close, unsure of what this day would bring, while men exchanged nervous glances, aware of the weight of loyalty that would be placed upon them. As the sun reached its zenith, the king's herald stepped forward, voice booming across the crowd. O peoples, nations, and men of every language, this is the decree of King Nebuchadnezzar. When you hear the sound of music, the horn, flute, zither, lyre, harp, pipes, and all kinds of music, you are to fall down and worship the golden image that King Nebuchadnezzar has set up. Whoever does not fall down and worship will immediately be thrown into a blazing furnace. A collective gasp echoed through the throng. Fear gripped their hearts like an iron vice. The furnace, a fiery pit that glowed ominously in the distance, was a symbol of the king's ruthless authority. Each heart that beat in that moment weighed the cost of defiance against the promise of survival. Would they bow before a mere statue, surrendering their faith, or would they stand firm, risking their lives for the belief they held dear? Among the crowd stood 3 young men, their resolve flickering like a candle in the wind. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were not common men. They were captives from Judah, chosen for their wisdom and intellect. Their friendship had been forged in the trials of exile, each sharing a bond deeper than blood. As the music began to play, a cacophony of sound that filled the air with an unsettling harmony. These 3 did not move. Their hearts were filled with faith, a fire stronger than any furnace, a conviction that would soon be tested. As the masses fell to their knees, a storm brewed within Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. They exchanged glances, eyes alight with unspoken determination. "We cannot bow," Shadrach whispered, his voice steady yet strained. "Our God is greater than any image." The decision weighed heavily upon them. They were aware of the fierce wrath that Nebuchadnezzar could unleash, yet their hearts beat in rhythm with an ancient truth. As the final notes of music faded, the king's gaze swept over the crowd, his eyes narrowing as he spotted the 3 defiant figures standing tall amidst the sea of bowed heads. Fury surged through him like fire in his veins. "Bring them to me!" he roared, each word like thunder, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. In an instant, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were seized, dragged before the king like lambs led to slaughter. The air crackled with tension as Nebuchadnezzar's piercing gaze bore into them. "Is it true?" he demanded, voice laced with disbelief. "Will you not serve my gods or worship the golden image I have set up?" The 3 young men stood undeterred, their hearts unyielding, as they answered with a courage that defied reason. "We do not need to defend ourselves before you in this matter. If we are thrown into the blazing furnace, the God we serve is able to save us from it, and he will rescue us from your hand. But even if he does not, we want you to know, O king, that we will not serve your gods or worship the image of gold you have set up." The king's face twisted in rage, a storm brewing behind his eyes. He commanded that the furnace be heated 7 times hotter than usual, a desperate attempt to demonstrate his power. The flames roared to life, licking hungrily at the sky, while the guards who approached the furnace were consumed by the intense heat, collapsing in agony. As the 3 men were bound and cast into the fiery pit, the crowd held its breath, a collective gasp rising like smoke into the air. The flames danced wildly, but as the king peered into the furnace, something extraordinary happened. His eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. "Weren't there 3 men that we tied up and threw into the fire?" he asked, astonished. "Look, I see 4 men walking around in the fire, unbound and unharmed, and the 4th looks like a son of the gods." The spectators gasped, all mingling with their fear. The fire that was meant to consume them now revealed a divine presence, a protector among the flames, radiating a light that pierced the darkness of Nebuchadnezzar's heart. What he witnessed was not merely a miracle. It was a challenge to his very authority, a confrontation with the God he had defied. As the king called them out of the furnace, their hair untouched, their clothes not even singed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The air was thick with disbelief and awe, and yet, for some, the fear of the king still loomed large. Nebuchadnezzar, now shaken and humbled, found himself grappling with the reality of power, an earthly king versus the eternal God. In that moment, The flames of defiance had ignited a fire of faith that could not be extinguished. The golden image, once a symbol of unyielding authority, began to crumble under the weight of divine truth. As Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego emerged, their spirits unbroken, the world around them shifted. Would the king's heart truly change? Would the people of Babylon find the courage to stand against the tide? Or would they remain ensnared in a web of fear? The answers hung in the air, trembling with the promise of what was to come. As the story of faith and defiance continued to unfold, swirling like embers in the wind, the sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the bustling streets of Babylon. The air was thick with excitement and tension as the people gathered in the vast plains of Dura, where a golden statue shimmered like a beacon against the fiery hues of sunset. King Nebuchadnezzar had commanded the construction of this towering image, a testament to his power and glory. But for Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, it represented a challenge, a test of their faith that would soon ignite a fierce battle between loyalty to God and the relentless pressure of a kingdom demanding worship. As the trumpets blared and the multitude fell silent, a palpable fear hung in the air. The king's voice echoed like thunder, declaring that at the sound of the music, everyone must bow down and worship the golden image. Failure to comply would lead to a fate worse than death, a fiery furnace, roaring with flames that could swallow the strongest of men. The fiery breath of the furnace crackled ominously, a grim reminder of what awaited the defiant. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego stood tall, their hearts pounding like war drums. They were young, yet their faith was unshakable. Each one had been taken from their homeland and forced into the service of a foreign king. Yet they had refused to bend or break. As the music began to play, a haunting melody that wrapped around the crowd, they felt the weight of countless eyes upon them. The world seemed to hold its breath. Around them, the faithful obeyed. Bodies fell to the ground, faces pressed into the dirt, a sea of submission. Yet, here stood three men, resolute as bedrock, staring into the face of danger with unwavering conviction. The tension simmered like the heat radiating from the furnace, echoing their inner struggle. "Bow down!" shouted a voice, a foreboding command that sliced through the air. It was the enforcer of the king, a man known for his ruthless efficiency. His eyes darted to Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, narrowing with contempt. The crowd's whispers grew louder, a cacophony of fear and disbelief. "Why do you defy the king? Do you not fear the flames?" The trio exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Shadrach stepped forward, his voice steady. "We will not serve your gods, nor worship the golden image you have set up." The words hung in the air, bold and defiant, a declaration that sent tremors through the hearts of those who heard. Gasps echoed like a thunderclap, and the king's face contorted with rage. King Nebuchadnezzar, with his heart hardened like the stone from which his statue was forged, called them forward. "Is it true?" he thundered, fury spilling from his lips. "You refuse to bow? I will give you one more chance. When the music plays, you will bow, or you will face the furnace. What god can save you from my hands?" The heat of the furnace was a roaring beast behind them, its flames dancing in a mocking rhythm. But Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego stood firm, their faces illuminated by the firelight. "We do not need to defend ourselves before you," they declared together, their voices rising above the crackle of flames. "Our God is able to deliver us from the burning fiery furnace, and he will deliver us. But even if he does not, we will not serve your gods." There was a moment of stillness, a breath held in anticipation as their words settled in the air. The king's fury ignited anew, a blazing inferno of wrath that rivaled the flames of the furnace. He commanded the furnace to be heated 7 times hotter, the heat rising like a dragon unfurling its wings. Soldiers, strong and mighty, were summoned, their faces pale with the heat emanating from the inferno. The flames twisted and writhed, eager to consume. As the soldiers bound the 3 men, the crowd's murmurs turned to gasps of disbelief. What courage! What defiance! Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were marched to the edge of the furnace, the heat washing over them like a wave of fire, threatening to consume their very souls. But their eyes, those fierce, unwavering eyes, held a light that no flame could extinguish. With a mighty heave, the soldiers threw them into the furnace. Flames roared and leapt, engulfing them instantly, crackling with a supernatural intensity. The crowd recoiled in horror, expecting the flames to consume the men instantly. But as the smoke curled and the fire danced, something extraordinary happened. Instead of screams or cries of despair, there was a stillness, a miraculous calm. The onlookers squinted through the blaze, and what they saw sent chills down their spines. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were not merely alive. They walked freely in the midst of the fire, unscathed. The flames that threatened their very existence had become a sanctuary, a place where their faith shone brighter than the fiercest blaze. As the king peered into the depths of the furnace, his heart raced, confusion splintering through his anger. "Did we not cast 3 men into the fire?" he exclaimed, disbelief etching lines on his face. "Look, I see 4 men walking in the fire, and they are unharmed. The 4th looks like a son of the gods." The crowd gasped, eyes wide with astonishment. The fiery furnace, once a symbol of doom, had become a stage for the miraculous. Amidst the flames, the men were not alone. A divine presence encircled them, glowing with an otherworldly light. It was a moment where heaven touched earth, and faith defied the odds. Nebuchadnezzar called them to come forth, his voice trembling now, infused with awe and fear. The 3 men stepped out, their bodies untouched by the fire, their clothes not even singed, a miracle standing before the very empire that sought to destroy them. The crowd erupted, a mix of cheers and astonished silence, as they witnessed the power of unwavering faith. But the king's heart was not yet at peace. This miracle stirred something deep within him, an awakening of realization. He could no longer deny the truth that stood before him. He would have to confront not only his own arrogance but also the very foundation of his beliefs. The fire that sought to burn them had instead burned away the chains of fear and doubt, launching them into a higher realm of understanding. As the tension swelled, the crowd watched, breathless, waiting to see what would happen next. Would the king repent? Would the 3 men stand before the ruler who had once condemned them? The air crackled with anticipation, life hanging in balance as the story of faith and courage unfolded, a testament to the strength of the human spirit against the flames of adversity. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden glow over the ancient city of Babylon, but its warmth was lost beneath the shadow of a colossal statue of gold that towered over the plain. The command of King Nebuchadnezzar echoed through the streets, a decree that stirred both excitement and dread among the people. They had been summoned to the great plain of Dura, where a spectacle awaited, a grand opening ceremony for the king's monumental image. But for some, fear mingled with anticipation, as whispers spread of the punishment that would befall anyone who dared refuse to bow down before the statue. In a corner of the crowd stood 3 young men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, each heart pounding with a mixture of resolve and trepidation. They had been chosen as leaders, educated in the ways of Babylon, yet their hearts remained steadfast to the God of Israel. They exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with unspoken understanding. They had made a vow to honor their faith, even when surrounded by the pomp of a foreign kingdom. The air around them crackled with tension as the time approached for the ceremony. The king appeared, cloaked in splendor, his crown gleaming like the sun. His presence commanded respect, but it was not reverence that shaped the atmosphere. It was fear. The sound of trumpets blared, and Nebuchadnezzar's voice thundered through the air, instructing the assembly to bow before the golden image. The crowd surged and fell, a wave of humanity submitting to the will of their ruler. But not everyone complied. In the midst of the mass, 3 figures stood resolute, refusing to kneel. The murmurs grew louder. Glares of disbelief and disdain shot their way. "Are they mad?" someone whispered. "They'll be burned alive." But Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego held strong, their hearts aflame with faith, the echo of their prayers lingering in their minds. They had known the consequences of their stand, yet they felt an undeniable strength surging through them, a force far greater than fear. As the king's fury ignited, his eyes blazed with rage and disbelief. He summoned them forth, his voice sharp and accusatory. "Is it true? Have you defied my decree? Bow down, or face the furnace." The fiery threat danced around them like a serpent, slithering into their minds. But they stood before him unwavering. "King Nebuchadnezzar," they replied, their voices steady and clear, "we will not bow to your statue. Our God is able to save us from the fire. But even if he does not, we will not serve your gods or worship the golden image." Their words pierced through the tension, resonating like a drum in a silent room. It was a declaration of faith, a testament to the power of belief. Nebuchadnezzar's face twisted in disbelief, the intensity of his anger escalating like a storm. "Heat the furnace 7 times hotter," he roared, turning to his guards, who trembled under his furious command. The order was executed swiftly, and soon, the air was thick with the smell of burning wood and smoke, curling up toward the heavens as if pleading to be heard. The furnace roared to life, flames licking the sky, casting an eerie glow across the plain. The soldiers who had bound Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego brought them to the mouth of the inferno, their bodies trembling not from fear but from the heat radiating from the fiery mouth. It was a sight that would break the most stalwart of spirits. Yet these 3 young men stood unyielding, their hearts set towards the heavens. With a swift motion, they were thrown into the flames, the heat enveloping them like a wave crashing upon the shore. The crowd gasped, eyes widening in horror and disbelief. Yet, as the flames roared, something miraculous unfolded. Instead of screams or cries for mercy, a strange calm settled over the furnace. Moments passed, time stood still. The onlookers squinted, their eyes straining in the light of the flames. Suddenly, they saw something that defied understanding. In the midst of the raging fire, the 3 men walked, unharmed and unscathed. But there was more. A 4th figure appeared, moving alongside them with an otherworldly grace. The figure shone like the sun, radiating a light that pierced through the flames. It was a sight that sent shivers down the spines of all who watched. "Look!" someone shouted, voice trembling with disbelief. "They're alive! And there is a 4th. The crowd erupted in a mixture of awe and confusion, eyes darting back and forth between the king and the fiery furnace. The king, his brow furrowed, leaned closer, straining to comprehend the spectacle before him. "Did we not throw 3 men into the fire?" he gasped, his voice barely above a whisper. "Why do I see 4? And the 4th looks like a son of the gods." The realization hit like a thunderclap. In their hour of trial, the 3 men had not been abandoned. They had not faced the fire alone. They were accompanied by a divine presence that shielded them from harm. As they strolled within the flames, the heat that once threatened to consume them became a mere backdrop to their miraculous deliverance. The Lord of Hosts had stepped into their situation, transforming a moment of despair into a scene of glorious triumph. The fire, intended for destruction, had become a canvas for divine intervention. The 3 men, with their faith as their armor, walked unscathed through the flames, a testament to the power of unwavering belief and divine protection. As Nebuchadnezzar's voice trembled with astonishment, a newfound respect washed over him. "Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, come out!" he commanded, his tone shifting from fury to awe. The 3 emerged from the furnace, their clothes untouched, their skin unscorched, not even the smell of smoke lingering around them. The crowd fell silent, breaths held in collective astonishment. "Blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego," the king proclaimed, a newfound reverence in his voice. "He has sent his angel and delivered his servants who trusted in him." The king's heart, once hardened, began to soften, realizing that there was a power far beyond his own. In that moment, the fiery trial transformed into a profound testimony, a narrative that would echo through the ages. The 3 men stood tall, their faith unbroken, their eyes shining with the glory of the God who had saved them from the flames. The crowd shifted, the fear dissolving into a mix of reverence and wonder, as they witnessed the miraculous power of the divine. As the dust settled and the echoes of the crowd faded, the scene at the furnace became a pivotal moment in history, one that would resonate through time, inspiring countless souls to stand firm in their faith in the face of adversity. But the story did not end here. It flowed forward, rippling through the ages, a testament of faith that would challenge hearts and inspire generations. The world outside continued to spin, but for the three, the journey of faith was just beginning. As they prepared to step into the future, emboldened by the God who had walked with them through the flames. The great city of Babylon was alive with the echoes of power, its walls glittering under the setting sun like a biblical jewel. Yet within the grand palace, an unsettling fear loomed over King Nebuchadnezzar, a man whose very name resonated with might and glory. One night, as he lay beneath the silken canopy, sleep evaded him, and a shiver swept through his bones. A dream flickered at the edge of his consciousness, a dream that twisted and turned like a snake coiling around its prey. With the dawn came an unsettling awareness. He woke abruptly, every detail of the dream etched vividly in his mind. There it was, the vivid image of a great tree, towering over the earth, its leaves lush and plentiful, providing refuge to creatures of every kind. But then came the darkness, a voice booming from the heavens, declaring the tree must be cut down, its branches stripped bare. Panic gripped him. The dream was more than mere fantasy. It was a prophecy, one that would unravel the very fabric of his existence. As he sat on his golden throne, a heavy silence enveloped the grand hall. The weight of destiny pressed down upon him, and he summoned his wisest advisors, the magicians and the enchanters, to interpret this ominous vision. What did it mean? Why had the divine chosen to reveal such a terrifying image to him? Each moment that passed felt like an eternity, the tension thick enough to slice through. The advisors arrived, their faces a mix of curiosity and dread. They had seen many strange things, but the king's distress was palpable, a rare crack in the facade of his unyielding authority. They whispered among themselves, their voices barely audible, casting furtive glances at the king who had conquered nations and built wonders. They offered interpretations, but their words fell flat against the stark reality. The king's heart raced, his resolve wavering. A sudden dread washed over him, as if a shadow loomed larger than his own power. Days turned into restless nights, and Nebuchadnezzar was haunted by the dream. Each time he closed his eyes, the towering tree returned, the leafy crown casting a long shadow, the voice echoing the harsh decree. His heart pounded as the vision morphed into something darker. It was a warning that he was blind to the truth of his own hubris. Heaven had stripped him of the clarity he once had. He called upon Daniel, a young man of extraordinary wisdom, known for his interpretations of dreams. Daniel entered the chamber with a blend of reverence and trepidation, sensing the gravity of the moment. The air crackled with tension as Nebuchadnezzar described his eerie dream, his voice rising with desperation. Daniel listened intently, his brow furrowing as he pieced together the fragments of the king's nightmare. Finally, the moment came when Daniel, with a heavy heart, revealed the truth. "O king, you are the tree," he said, his voice steady yet filled with compassion. "You have grown strong and mighty. Your power has reached the heavens. But the Most High has decreed that you will be driven away from men, and your dwelling will be with the beasts of the field. You will eat grass like an ox, and for 7 periods of time your sanity will leave you." Nebuchadnezzar's blood ran cold. The prophecy was a blade slicing through the very core of his being. Could this truly be his fate? The king's once unshakable throne suddenly felt like a precarious perch atop a crumbling cliff. The room swirled around him, the weight of his pride pressed down heavier than any crown. Daniel urged him to repent, to turn from his ways and seek righteousness. But the words hung in the air like a distant storm. Nebuchadnezzar was a man who had built an empire with iron fists, his heart hardened by years of conquest and glory. Pride wrapped around him tighter than the finest royal robes, blinding him to the reality unfolding around him. As the days passed, the king continued to reign, yet the dream gnawed at him, a relentless echo in the chambers of his mind. He walked through the grand courtyards, surrounded by opulence, but felt a deep-seated emptiness that no amount of gold could fill. The laughter of his subjects rang hollow, and the cheers of his soldiers sounded like a distant memory. Then, one fateful day, as he admired the splendor of Babylon from his balcony, the grip of his arrogance tightened. "Is this not the great Babylon that I have built?" he declared, his voice swelling with pride. But even as the words left his lips, the heavens responded. A voice thundered from the sky, interrupting his self-congratulation. "Your kingdom has departed from you." In that instant, the world tilted on its axis. Nebuchadnezzar's mind spun as if caught in a whirlwind. He was suddenly cast out, a mere shadow of the king he had been. The grandeur of his empire faded into nothingness, replaced by the haunting reality of insanity. A staggering transformation took hold of him, the regal robes replaced by wild hair and claws like those of a beast. He roamed the fields, a king reduced to a creature of the wild, his sanity slipping like sand through his fingers. The very earth he once commanded now became his only companion, a somber reminder of his fall from grace. In the midst of the chaos, the world around him continued, indifferent to his plight. The sun rose and fell, the seasons changed, but Nebuchadnezzar was lost in a deep, dark abyss. The king who had built the wonders of the ancient world was now a prisoner of his own madness. As the days turned into years, the whispers of his once mighty reign faded into legends. But even in his wretched state, a flicker of awareness remained, a haunting memory of the man he had been. The echoes of his dream reverberated in his mind, a constant reminder that the heights of power could lead to the depths of despair, and that humility was a lesson learned too late. The winds of fate had spoken, and now the world awaited his return. Would the king rise from the ashes of his own making, or would he remain forever lost to madness? The answer lingered in the air, heavy with anticipation, as the story of Nebuchadnezzar's downfall hung delicately in the balance, waiting to be written anew. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long golden shadows across the vast expanse of Babylon. The air was thick with the scent of spices and incense, drifting from the bustling market square where merchants cried out their wares. Yet, amidst the lively chatter, a heavy silence enveloped the royal palace, for the once mighty king, Nebuchadnezzar, found himself shackled not by iron chains but by the weight of his own arrogance. He stared out from his balcony, his gaze lost in the horizon where the walls of his grand city met the sky. The gardens he had built, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, bloomed vibrantly below him, yet they brought him no joy. The magnificent structures that rose to reach the heavens were silent witnesses to the turmoil that churned within him. He had known power, and yet, now he felt a hollowness that no throne could fill. Nebuchadnezzar remembered the dream that had haunted him, a dream too vivid to ignore. Towering trees, representing kings, were cut down, stripped of their glory. The more he tried to dismiss the dream, the more it consumed him. What did it mean? He pondered, the question echoing in the hollow chambers of his mind. Deep down, he felt an unseen hand guiding his fate, but he resisted it, unwilling to acknowledge a power greater than his own. His heart ached with confusion, but pride held it hostage. He had built Babylon into a jewel of the East, a beacon of wealth and culture, revered by nations far and wide. Yet, pride comes before a fall, and Nebuchadnezzar was about to learn that lesson in the most humbling way imaginable. It was as if the very heavens conspired against him, whispering warnings he refused to heed. Days turned into nights, and the once indomitable king became a shadow of himself. His thoughts spiraled into madness, visions of beasts and nightmares haunting his every waking moment. The laughter of his courtiers echoed mockingly in his ears as he wandered through the palace, a king stripped of his sanity. It was a descent into darkness, a reckoning that would change the very fabric of his soul. And then, there came a moment, a thunderous roar of voices proclaiming the one true God. It felt like a lightning bolt, a shock awakening him from his stupor. "Look!" they cried, pointing to the skies. "The heavens declare his glory." Nebuchadnezzar, lost in his chaos, barely grasped the significance. But that moment lingered, the seed of doubt planted in his heart, stirring something deep within him. As the moon rose high, casting a silvery sheen across the waters of the Euphrates, Nebuchadnezzar found himself wandering the palace gardens, the cool breeze ruffling through his hair. The peace of the night contrasted sharply with the storm brewing in his heart. With each step, he felt the presence of something greater, a force that had been patiently waiting for him to surrender. Then it happened. In a flash, the realization struck him like a thunderclap. He fell to his knees, the soft earth cradling him as tears streamed down his face. "O God of heaven!" he cried out, his voice breaking with raw emotion. "I acknowledge you. You are the true King, the creator of all. I am nothing without you." The echoes of his recognition reverberated through the night, mingling with the gentle rustle of leaves. The moon bore witness to his confession, illuminating the path toward redemption. There was a restoration at work, a healing that transcended his earthly troubles. As he knelt there, the weight of his pride began to lift, replaced by a profound sense of humility. The stars twinkled above him, as if nodding in approval, showering him with wisdom and grace. In that sacred moment, Nebuchadnezzar felt the warm embrace of forgiveness wrap around him like a comforting cloak. The chains of madness that had bound him began to dissolve, releasing him from the grip of despair. He looked up at the heavens, feeling alive with a purpose beyond the earthly throne. The city of Babylon, once a testament to his glory, now stood as a canvas of divine artistry, a reminder of the God he had overlooked. But with acknowledgement came responsibility. Nebuchadnezzar sensed the weight of his confession, the call to share his newfound understanding with his people. No longer could he rule with an iron fist, blinded by his own accomplishments. He felt the stirring of a leader reborn, one who would guide his kingdom not just with strength but with humility and reverence for the Creator. As dawn broke, casting a warm golden hue over the city, Nebuchadnezzar rose to his feet. He was no longer just a king. He was a messenger of truth. He would gather his advisors, not to boast of his achievements but to proclaim the greatness of a God he had once denied. The people of Babylon would hear his story, would witness the transformation that had taken place within him. With renewed vigor, he strode toward the grand hall, the weight of his past still lingering but no longer suffocating. Each step resonated with hope, the promise of change echoing through the marble corridors. Nebuchadnezzar, once lost in the shadows of his pride, now shimmered with the light of understanding. His heart raced as he envisioned the assembly of nobles and advisors, their faces a tapestry of disbelief and curiosity. Would they accept his new perspective? Would they understand the incredible power of humility and faith? His breath quickened, anticipation swirling within him like a storm, a fiery passion igniting his spirit. As he reached the great hall, the doors swung open, revealing a gathering of the kingdom's most powerful men and women. Their eyes turned toward him, uncertainty painted across their faces. Nebuchadnezzar raised his voice, strong and clear, cutting through the silence. He would share his journey, his transformation, and the profound truth that had set him free. "Listen," he exclaimed, his voice resonating like a clarion call. "I have seen the glory of the Most High, and I am not the ruler I once thought I was. I am but a servant to the God of heaven." Gasps filled the room, eyes widening in shock and disbelief. The murmurs began to swell, a wave of curiosity and apprehension washing over the assembly. Nebuchadnezzar stood tall, his heart pounding with urgency, knowing that this was just the beginning of a monumental shift. The restoration of a king was not merely a personal journey. It was a chance for a nation to embrace the truth that had eluded them for so long. And as the sun rose higher, casting its golden rays across the land, the story of Nebuchadnezzar's acknowledgement of God unfurled, intertwining with the fate of Babylon itself. The air crackled with expectation, a potent mix of hope and uncertainty, as the echoes of his redemption promised a new chapter, one that would resonate through the ages, forever altering the course of history. The great city of Babylon, once a crown jewel of civilization, stood resplendent under a darkening sky. Its towering walls, thick and formidable, seemed to pulse with ancient whispers, secrets of 1,000 stories etched into every brick. The air was electric, heavy with tension, as the grand banquet hall glimmered with gold and silver, laughter mingling with the clinking of goblets. King Belshazzar reclined on his throne, oblivious to the gathering storm outside, lost in an opulence that would soon become his undoing. As he raised his goblet filled with wine, he laughed heartily, his eyes flashing with pride. "Bring forth the holy vessels," he commanded, his voice booming over the merriment. The golden cups, once belonging to the Temple of Jerusalem, sparkled under the flickering torchlight. In that moment, the air shifted. The merriment felt hollow, as if a shadow had passed over the revelry, a foreboding chill that crept into the hearts of the guests, though none dared to voice their unease. The wine flowed like water, and the laughter became more raucous, masking the palpable dread that hung just below the surface. Outside, the relentless sound of soldiers marching, the distant clanging of weapons, and the muffled cries of those who had already succumbed to the siege seeped into the hall, weaving a tapestry of unease. Then, with a suddenness that silenced the room, a figure appeared, striking and surreal. A hand, disembodied, shimmering with an otherworldly light, began to write upon the plaster wall. The laughter died instantly, replaced by a horrified gasp that echoed through the hall, as the guests turned their gaze toward the apparition. Fear gripped Belshazzar's heart, a vice tightening around him as he watched the sacred letters take form. Mean, Tekel Parson. What did it mean? It was a message from the gods, a dire warning, and yet none could decipher its meaning. The nobles, once so carefree, exchanged panicked glances, their faces pale under the dim light. The king's bravado crumbled, replaced by an icy terror that spread across the hall. Belshazzar's voice trembled as he called for the wise men of Babylon, those who claimed to interpret dreams and read the stars. But even their combined wisdom fell short, each attempt met with confusion and dread. As the tension thickened, the queen, a figure of regal calm amidst the chaos, stepped forward. Her eyes narrowed thoughtfully, and she recalled a man from the days of her youth, Daniel, a Hebrew captive, who had been renowned for his insight and ability to interpret the divine. The king reluctantly summoned Daniel, his heart racing as he already feared what the message might bear. Daniel entered the hall, a man of humble demeanor wrapped in the weight of prophecy. As he surveyed the scene, he felt the weight of history pressing down upon him, the immense responsibility of the moment hanging in the air. He approached the king, who blustered with forced confidence, desperate for reassurance. But Daniel's gaze was steady, unflinching in the face of impending doom. "Your Majesty," he began, his voice strong yet filled with a somber gravity. "The writing on the wall is a message you cannot ignore. Speaks of your fate. God has numbered the days of your reign and brought it to an end. Tekel, you have been weighed on the scales and found wanting. Parson, your kingdom is divided and will be given to the Medes and Persians." Each word struck Belshazzar like a hammer against an anvil, the truth of it resounding in the depths of his soul. The banquet hall, once filled with revelry, felt like a tomb, silence wrapping around the guests like a suffocating shroud. The laughter that had echoed moments before now felt like a cruel joke, a distant memory swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Outside, the sounds of war intensified, the Medes and Persians closing in. The city, confident in its might and fortified walls, now quaked with the realization of its vulnerability. Those within the banquet hall felt it too. Their fate was sealed, written in letters that glowed upon the wall. Panic surged among the guests, some attempting to flee, others frozen in disbelief. But Belshazzar, stunned and desperate, could only gaze at Daniel, seeking solace in the face of catastrophe. The moment stretched, a fragile thread of time that seemed to tremble on the brink of annihilation. The revelry had turned to despair, and the great city, proud and magnificent, stood on the precipice of its own doom. Each heartbeat echoed louder, merging with the distant sound of hooves and the clashing of swords, a portent of the inevitable. And then, a sudden roar erupted from outside, the gates of Babylon crashing open. The soldiers of the Persian army surged in, fierce and relentless, their faces set with grim determination. The world outside had become a battleground, and within those walls, the last vestiges of Babylon's glory began to crumble. Belshazzar, stripped of his power, felt the walls of the banquet hall close in around him. The golden vessels, the lavish decorations, all that he had once held dear now seemed like ashes in his mouth. The writing on the wall echoed in his mind, a relentless taunt, a final judgment. As the sounds of chaos engulfed the city, Belshazzar's heart raced. His noble guests, once so confident in their power, now understood the weight of the words that had been inscribed on that wall. The kingdom, so vast and regal, was about to fall, and with it, the dreams and aspirations of a civilization that had reached for the stars but failed to heed the warnings of the heavens. And as the soldiers stormed the hall, swords drawn, the last candle flickered, casting shadows that danced across the walls. Reality morphed into chaos, the laughter of the banquet hall replaced by fear and the clamor of battle. The air thickened with despair, and the final act of a once great king began to unfold beneath the ominous gaze of the writing on the wall, sealing the fate of Babylon with every stroke of that spectral hand. The air was thick with the scent of roasted lamb and exotic spices, floating through the grand hall like a siren's song, luring all who entered into a false sense of security. Candles flickered along the walls, casting playful shadows that danced with the revelers. Laughter erupted amidst the clinking of goblets, a cacophony of joy that masked the growing unease outside the towering walls of Babylon. The city was surrounded. An army waited, poised to strike. But within the banquet hall, Belshazzar, the king, reigned supreme, oblivious to the storm brewing beyond. His robe shimmered as he moved, a cascade of crimson and gold that swirled around him like a king's aura. A crown sat atop his head, glinting in the flickering light as he raised a goblet filled with wine, his voice booming over the festivities. "To the gods of gold and silver," he proclaimed, a challenge echoing through the hall. Each guest raised their goblet, their voices rising in a chorus of cheers. Yet a shiver ran down the spine of the evening, an uninvited guest. As the wine flowed freely, each sip seemed to fuel Belshazzar's bravado. He was a ruler who had tasted the sweetness of power and had grown drunk on it, not just on wine, but on the very idea of his invincibility. The tension outside was dismissed, muted by the revelry within. He waved his hand, summoning the servants to bring forth the sacred vessels, the golden cups taken from the Temple of Jerusalem. The mere thought of using these relics for his feast was a direct affront to the God of Israel, yet in his arrogance, he found it amusing, a way to showcase his dominance. "Bring forth the vessels," he commanded, his voice laced with mockery. The servants scurried to obey, their eyes wide with anxiety, sensing the heaviness of the moment. As they returned with the ornate cups, the air shifted, thickening with an unspoken dread. The guests were too caught up in the revelry to notice, too drunk on wine and pride to heed the warning signs. With a flourish, Belshazzar held a goblet high, the light glinting off its polished surface. "Let us toast to our might, to our gods, and to our victory over the Israelites." A roar of approval erupted, but in the shadows, the flickering candles momentarily dimmed as if the very spirits of the past were lamenting this desecration. As he drank deeply, a sudden chill swept through the hall, a whisper of something ancient and foreboding. The laughter faltered for a heartbeat, a strange silence falling over the room as if the very walls had ears. In that fleeting moment, Belshazzar felt a chill creep down his spine, an inexplicable sense of impending doom. Yet he shook it off, dismissing it as drunkenness, and laughed, his confidence restored by the sheer noise of the feast. But then it happened, A flicker of light against the wall, a movement too quick to grasp. The guests turned to see what had changed, their expressions shifting from glee to confusion. Belshazzar squinted, and then his breath caught in his throat. There, on the plaster, a hand appeared, ethereal and glowing, writing a message that none could read. Gasps filled the hall as the laughter died, swallowed by the weight of that vision. "Do not be afraid," he shouted, trying to regain control of the room, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. The guests were frozen, eyes wide, transfixed by the sight. The hand continued to etch out letters, their meaning a mystery, an enigma that wrapped the hall in a shroud of horror. Belshazzar felt the weight of every gaze upon him. The laughter turned to whispers, and the intoxicating wine suddenly felt like poison. Desperation clawed at him as he summoned the wise men of Babylon, the magicians and enchanters, but their faces were pale, their brows furrowed in dread. They could not decipher the writing. The king's heart raced, pounding in his chest like a war drum. He could feel the walls closing in. The walls that had once felt so secure now felt like a prison. His voice wavered as he shouted for Daniel, the prophet, a man who had once interpreted dreams and visions. The tension was taut, each guest holding their breath, the weight of fate hanging in the balance. When Daniel arrived, he was met with a mixture of fear and expectation. The king was a man of pride, yet now he stood before Daniel, diminished, desperate for answers. "Are you the Daniel who serves the God of the Hebrews?" Belshazzar asked, his bravado slipping. Daniel stepped forward, his gaze steady, unflinching. "You have not honored the God who holds your breath in his hands," he stated, his voice calm yet cutting through the silence like a dagger. The king felt the sting of truth, a sharp reminder of the arrogance he had displayed. Daniel approached the glowing message, the words taking shape in the air, and with a deep breath he began to interpret. "Mean, tekel, upharsin." Each word felt like a hammer striking iron, resonating in the hollow spaces of the king's heart. "Your days are numbered," Daniel continued, the weight of the message palpable, a timeless warning echoing through the ages. "You have been weighed and found wanting. Your kingdom will be divided." The banquet hall trembled with the realization, the spectators now witnesses to a moment far greater than their frivolous feast. The laughter that had once echoed now lay crushed beneath the weight of understanding. Outside, the army of the Medes and Persians continued to wait, poised for their moment, while inside, the king's countenance fell, his defiance stripped away strand by strand. In that moment, silence reigned, a heavy shroud that enveloped the banquet, punctuated only by the distant sounds of feasting turning to panic outside the walls. The hands of fate had begun their relentless march. Belshazzar stood at the precipice of history, and what lay before him was not the glory he sought, but the stark reality of his choices, a reality that now loomed ever closer, ready to cast its shadow upon the banquet hall. The laughter faded, leaving only the echo of a feast that would be remembered not for its joy, but for its reckoning. The great hall of Babylon was alive with revelry, the air thick with the scent of roasted meats and the sound of laughter and clinking goblets. But above the joyful chaos, an invisible tension hung, crackling like static before a storm. King Belshazzar, draped in opulence and surrounded by his nobles, raised a golden cup, its surface glimmering like the sun, oblivious to the shadows gathering around him. He was a king intoxicated by power, a ruler who danced on the precipice of doom, yet unaware of the impending disaster. As the wine flowed freely, Belshazzar's laughter boomed. "Bring forth the sacred vessels, the treasures from the temple of Jerusalem." His command sliced through the din, causing an uneasy hush. The guests exchanged glances, the kind that spoke volumes of fear and curiosity. The king was foolishly bold, mocking the true God with every sip. Clinks of gold echoed like warnings in the hall, shadows gathering as the vessels were brought forth, gleaming with a history that weighed heavier than their gold. When the cups were filled, the air crackled with a mix of excitement and dread. They drank deeply, toasting to gods of gold and silver, oblivious to the echoes of their own hubris. It was then that the fingers of a disembodied hand appeared, writing on the plaster wall, a stark contrast to the festivity that enveloped them. The laughter ceased, replaced by gasps of horror. The king's face paled, eyes wide with disbelief, reflecting the flickering torchlight. What had been a scene of merriment turned into one of confusion and fear as the message etched itself into the wall. Mean, mean Tekel Parson. The nobles trembled, their bravado shattered. They were no longer the powerful lords of Babylon but mere children in the face of the divine. Belshazzar could hardly breathe, his heart pounding against his ribs like a caged beast. Panic surged through him. What did it mean? What calamity was foretold? His mind raced, grasping for answers, but instead, he found only an abyss of uncertainty. He called for the wise men of Babylon, the astrologers and magicians, each one more skilled than the last. Yet, as the minutes dragged on, they failed him. They stared at the cryptic words, their brows furrowed, mouths silent. The king's desperation intensified, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him, fear, anger, and dread coiling tighter with each passing second. He was a king, yet in that moment he felt like a mere mortal, naked before the judgment of the heavens. Then the room fell silent once more. The atmosphere shifted as a figure stepped forward, a man whose very presence exuded calm and confidence. Daniel, the man who once served under Nebuchadnezzar, stood tall amidst the chaos, his gaze piercing and steady. Years had passed since he had last entered the king's court, but now he was the beacon of hope that Belshazzar desperately needed. Yet, beneath Daniel's composed exterior lay a quiet storm, a profound understanding of what was to come. "Do not be afraid," Daniel began, his voice a steady metronome against the frantic heartbeat of the room. He gestured toward the ominous writing, unraveling its mystery with each word that fell from his lips. "The Most High God has numbered your days. He has weighed you in the balance and found you wanting." As he spoke, the tension in the room shifted, a palpable energy wrapping around them, holding everyone in rapt attention. The guests hung on every word, desperate for understanding, caught between disbelief and the dark weight of truth. Daniel revealed the meaning of the words, the grim fate that awaited Belshazzar and his kingdom. "Your kingdom will be divided and given to the Medes and Persians." Each phrase, each revelation struck like a thunderclap, echoing through the grand hall and crashing against the walls of the king's pride. Belshazzar's bravado drained away, leaving only vulnerability. Gone were the golden cups and lavish meals. Now the king was stripped bare of his ego, exposed to the reality of his choices. The laughter that had filled the hall moments before now felt like a distant memory, overshadowed by the impending doom that loomed just beyond the doors. Daniel's words cut deeper than any sword, piercing the very heart of Babylon's pride. And yet, as despair threatened to consume him, Belshazzar, in an act of defiance and desperation, offered Daniel a royal robe, gold chains, and a place of honor. It was a final attempt to cling to power, to fight against the inevitable tide of fate. But Daniel, ever steadfast, refused the gifts, for he knew that no amount of gold could alter the course set by the heavens. The air thickened, charged with emotions that were nearly tangible. The nobles, once so full of confidence, began to murmur amongst themselves, doubt creeping into their hearts. They witnessed a king reduced to a mere figure of tragedy, a ruler whose legacy was crumbling before their eyes. The very foundations of Babylon trembled as the reality of their fate set in, each noble struggling with the weight of their impending doom. And as the clock ticked on, the world outside continued its march toward the inevitable. Little did they know that the Medes and Persians were already preparing to strike, their forces drawing closer as the night deepened. The hand that had written the judgment now reached out to claim what was destined. That night, as laughter faded and fear took hold, Babylon was on the brink of transformation. A moment suspended in time, the echoes of history vibrating through the ages. The revelry of the hall dwindled into an eerie silence, the weight of Daniel's words hanging thick in the air. The king trembled, a mixture of rage and helplessness coursing through him. He could feel the walls closing in, the laughter of his guests replaced by an oppressive quiet. The great empire he thought invincible was crumbling, and no amount of wine or gold could save him from the inescapable truth that loomed like a ghost ready to haunt the halls of eternity. As he stared into the depths of despair, the shadows flickering on the walls seemed to whisper warnings of what was to come. In that moment, the night deepened, and Babylon stood poised on the edge of annihilation, its fate sealed by the very hands that had once celebrated its glory. The echoes of laughter were all but gone, replaced by the heavy heartbeats of those who realized that they were merely pawns in a divine game, with an ending that was fast approaching. The night sky over Babylon was a sea of stars, shimmering with the tales of gods and men. Yet on this fateful evening, shadows loomed ominously over the great city. The Euphrates River, usually a gentle companion, whispered warnings as the winds grew restless. It was a time of feasting and celebration within the towering walls, but outside, the world was shifting, the very foundation of power quaking beneath the weight of ambition. Inside the grand palace, the laughter of nobles echoed, drowning out the thudding of a distant drum. King Belshazzar, with a crown of gold and a heart heavy with hubris, reveled in the opulence around him. He had banished fear from his mind, believing Babylon's walls would stand forever. Little did he know, the enemy was already at the gates, plotting the end of his reign. The Medes and Persians, united under Cyrus, were not just a distant threat. They were a storm gathering strength, ready to unleash chaos. As Belshazzar toasted to the gods of gold and silver, the air felt electric, crackling with the tension of fate. A mysterious figure emerged from the shadows, the prophet Daniel, his eyes troubled yet resolute. "Your days are numbered," he warned, his voice echoing like thunder. The king scoffed, dismissing the old seer as mere folly. Unbeknownst to him, those words were not simply a warning. They were a death knell for an empire. On the outskirts of Babylon, Cyrus the Great stood resolute, his army ready to march. Each soldier bore the weight of history on their shoulders, driven by a desire for freedom and a thirst for conquest. They were battle-hardened, filled with a fire that would not be quenched. The moon cast a silver light upon their armor, turning ordinary men into legends waiting to be born. As they moved closer, a sense of dread crept through the city. The air thickened with impending doom. The walls of Babylon, once thought impenetrable, had become a gilded cage. The Euphrates, a lifeline that had protected the city for centuries, was being manipulated. Cyrus, a master tactician, ordered his men to divert the river. As the waters receded, whispers filled the night. "Where is our protection now?" citizens gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. It was a light that flickered and faltered, revealing the truth of their precarious situation. Beneath the opulent surface, fear began to seep into the hearts of the Babylonians. The once celebrated feasts turned to hushed conversations of dread. The people could feel it, the tremors of change, the slow grinding of a power shifting. The mighty city, resplendent with its hanging gardens and vibrant markets, was on the brink. The illusion of safety shattered like glass, leaving shards of panic. As the moon hung heavy in the sky, Cyrus's forces advanced into the city through the waterlogged riverbed. Chaos erupted. The clash of swords and the cries of the wounded filled the air, drowning out the laughter that had only hours before reigned within the palace. The golden idols that had once commanded reverence now lay forgotten, their power nullified by the harsh reality of the moment. The city knew fear, a primal fear that gnawed at the bones of its people. Inside the palace, Belshazzar continued his revelry, unaware of the growing storm outside. It wasn't until the sound of marching boots echoed against the marble floors that reality crashed in like a tidal wave. Panic erupted as the guards scrambled to defend the king, their faces pale, eyes wide as they realized the futility of their efforts. The walls that had stood for centuries were no longer a shield but a prison. The laughter of the banquet turned to screams, a symphony of horror that filled the night. Daniel, the prophet, remained a steadfast figure amid the chaos. He watched as the walls crumbled under the pressure of ambition and fate. "This is the hour of reckoning," he whispered to those around him. People clung to hope, yet they felt it slipping away like sand through their fingers. It was impossible to ignore the images of destruction forming in their minds. The end was near, and they could do nothing to stop it. The Medes and Persians surged through the gates like a flood, a relentless tide that consumed everything in its path. Babylon, once a beacon of culture, knowledge, and wealth, now stood on the brink of annihilation, its fate sealed by its own arrogance. The cries of the people echoed off the ancient stones, reverberating through history, a haunting reminder of what was lost. In one final act of defiance, Belshazzar pulled his sword, ready to fight against the inevitable. He charged into the chaos, hoping against hope to reclaim what was slipping through his grasp. But the weight of the world was too great, and as he fell, a silence enveloped the battleground. It was as if time stood still, the climax of an era marked by a single heartbeat. With Belshazzar's fall, the very essence of Babylon faded, and the Medes and Persians stood victorious, their banners unfurling in the night sky. The great city, its walls stained with blood, began to change hands. The throne of Babylon, once a symbol of unyielding power, now lay empty, destined to be filled by a new ruler. The Medes and Persians had not just conquered a city, they had rewritten history itself. The triumph of Cyrus marked not only a victory in battle, but a profound transformation of the ancient world. The dawn of a new empire was upon them, one that would spread its influence far and wide, weaving a tapestry of cultures, ideas, and dreams. Babylon, in its final moments, was not only the end of a reign but the beginning of a legend, a tale that would echo through the ages, a testament to the relentless march of time and the unyielding nature of destiny. The night was thick with the weight of change, a palpable tension crackling through the darkened streets of Babylon. Torches flickered like restless spirits, casting long shadows against the ancient stone walls. The air was filled with whispers, tales of a new ruler, a man named Darius the Mede, whose very name sent shivers down the spines of many. In the grand palace, adorned with gold and lapis lazuli, Darius stood before a massive window, gazing over the city he was destined to govern. His heart raced, a drumbeat of anticipation and trepidation. He was a conqueror, yet he felt the burden of leadership heavy upon him. How would he be remembered? As a tyrant or a savior? The faces of the people danced before his eyes, full of hope and fear, each reflecting a different aspect of his reign. Outside, the people of Babylon milled about, their faces painted with uncertainty. They murmured of the old king's fall, of how the mighty had crumbled and the power of the Medes had risen from the ashes of the night. There was a fragile sense of unity, a yearning for stability after the chaos that had befallen the empire. As Darius stepped into the courtyard, the air shifted. He could feel the weight of their expectations pressing down on him. "Lift your heads, people of Babylon," he called out, his voice echoing against the stone. "A new dawn has come. I am here to lead you, to rebuild what has been broken." The crowd shifted, their gazes locked onto him. Some eyes sparkled with hope, while others flickered with skepticism. Darius knew this was just the beginning. Trust was not given freely. It had to be earned, painstakingly carved from the stone of doubt. His first days were a whirlwind of activity. Advisors buzzed like bees around him, each one eager to share their counsel, their vision for Babylon's future. Some urged him to solidify his power, to crush any opposition before it could rise. But Darius, though born to lead, was not a man who sought bloodshed. He believed in justice, in the restoration of balance. Yet how could he maintain that ideal in a world where power often demanded cruelty? The sun set behind the great ziggurat, casting long shadows over the city. It was during one such evening that Darius first encountered the legends of Babylon, the priests who guarded the sacred stories, who spoke of gods and fate. They approached him cautiously, their colorful robes swirling around them, eyes filled with reverence and fear. "Your Majesty," one of them spoke, his voice trembling, "the omens are mixed. The gods have spoken of a ruler who will bring both prosperity and ruin." "Speak plainly," Darius urged, feeling the gravity of their words take hold of him. What must I do? The path to greatness is fraught with trials. You must tread carefully, for each decision shapes destiny. The people will be your greatest allies or your fiercest foes. The priest replied, his voice growing steadier. As Darius listened, he felt the flickering flame of uncertainty within him. Could he truly navigate the treacherous waters of leadership? Or would he drown in the weight of expectations and fears? Days turned into weeks, and with every dawn, Darius found himself making choices that echoed in the hearts of his people. He addressed the struggling farmers, promising to ease their burdens. He met with the artisans, listening to their dreams, envisioning a city that thrived on creativity and collaboration. Yet, with every act of kindness, shadows gathered. Enemies lurked in the corners, plotting and waiting, their resentment festering like a wound. One fateful evening, as dusk wrapped the city in a shroud of twilight, a plot against him came to light. A messenger, breathless and wide-eyed, burst into the palace, the words spilling from his lips like a river of dread. My king, there are whispers of rebellion. They gather in the alleys, fueled by doubt and envy. Darius felt his stomach drop. The shadows of betrayal loomed larger, and for a moment, he stood frozen in disbelief. The trust he had sought to build felt as fragile as spun sugar under the heat of fierce flames. But he could not show fear. He must act decisively. Gathering his loyal advisors, he devised a plan not of violence but of understanding. He would confront the dissenters, hear their grievances, and quell their anger with words, not swords. As he prepared to face them, his heart thundered against his chest, a wild drum echoing the uncertainty of his resolve. The moon hung high, casting a silvery glow over the gathering crowd. Darius stepped forward, flanked by his guards. The faces that turned toward him were a tapestry of anger and hope, each one a story waiting to be told. I understand your pain, he called out, his voice steady but laced with emotion. I am not your enemy. I am here to listen. As he spoke, he saw their expressions shift, doubt wrestling with curiosity. One man, with a weathered face and deep-set eyes, stepped forward. You promised to listen, but we have suffered under the weight of leaders who do not care for us. It is time for that to change, Darius replied, feeling the fire of conviction ignite within him. Tell me your concerns. Together we can forge a future that honors each of you. The air was electric, charged with the possibility of connection. As voices began to rise, a mix of anger and hope filled the night. They spoke of hunger, of lost lands, of dreams that had faded in the dark. Darius listened, his heart aching with the burdens they carried. Every word, every complaint was a thread binding him closer to his people. The tension in the air began to shift, morphing into something palpable, a chance for unity. But even as he connected, he knew the path to true leadership was paved with challenges yet unseen, dark currents lurking beneath the surface. As the final words faded into the night, a new resolve pulsed within Darius. He was not just a king. He was a beacon of hope, a bridge between past and future. Yet, as he turned to leave the gathering, a shadow flitted behind him, the warning of a threat that would soon test the very foundations of his reign. And in the quiet that followed, a chill slithered through the streets of Babylon, hinting at trials yet to come. The night was far from over, and Darius the Mede's path lay twisted and uncertain ahead, ready to unfold into a saga of power, loyalty, and the relentless pursuit of peace. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the stone walls of Babylon. A cool breeze swept through the city, carrying whispers of intrigue that danced through the streets. Unbeknownst to most, a storm was brewing, one that would challenge faith and loyalty in ways few could anticipate. In the royal palace, King Darius sat upon his splendid throne, a golden symbol of power and authority. His heart, however, was not as steady as his seat. He had recently appointed Daniel, a Hebrew exile, as one of his trusted administrators. With an unparalleled wisdom and an unwavering spirit, Daniel had quickly gained the king's favor. Yet, in the shadows of the court, envy festered among other officials, men who had held power long before Daniel arrived. men who saw their status slipping away like sand through clenched fingers. In hushed tones, they gathered in a dimly lit chamber, their faces twisted with resentment. "This Daniel," one of them sneered, "he doesn't even worship our gods. He prays to his God 3 times a day, and still he rises above us." Another added, "If we do not act, he will take everything from us." Their plan was sinister, devious, and deadly. They approached King Darius with a proposal, their voices smooth as silk. "Your Majesty," one of them said, "we believe it would be wise to establish a decree. For 30 days, anyone who prays to any god or man other than you shall be thrown into the lion's den." The king, flattered by the notion of absolute adoration, agreed, little knowing the trap being woven around him. The decree was sealed with the king's signet ring, and once it was made public, the air in Babylon thickened with tension. People trembled, fearing the consequences of disobedience, while whispers about Daniel's faith echoed through the streets. Would he forsake his God to save his life? The very thought sent chills down spines. As the sun rose on the first day of the decree, Daniel awoke, unaware of the conspiracy that had taken root in the hearts of his peers. His morning ritual began as it always had. Kneeling by his window, he opened his heart to God. The familiar words of prayer poured forth, a lifeline to the divine amid the chaos around him. With each utterance, he felt strength weaving through him, a shield against the fear of man. Yet unseen eyes were watching. The conspirators crept closer, hearts filled with malice and anticipation. They found Daniel in prayer, filled with triumph. "We have him now," one hissed, as they rushed back to the king, urgency in their step. "Your Majesty," they said, feigning concern, "Daniel has disobeyed the decree. He prays to his God, ignoring your command." The king's heart sank. He had little choice in the matter. The law was absolute, and a king's word could not be undone. Dread washed over Darius as he realized the gravity of his decision. He had unwittingly condemned a man who had served him faithfully. The weight of his crown felt heavier than ever, pressing down, threatening to crush him. "Bring him to me," he commanded, his voice thick with regret. When Daniel stood before him, the respect in his eyes cut through the tension like a knife. "O king, live forever," he said, his voice steady. Darius searched Daniel's face for fear, for hesitation, but found none. Instead, there was a resolute peace that seemed to emanate from within. "Daniel, it is the law," the king stammered, desperation creeping into his words. "I cannot change it." "Your Majesty," Daniel replied, calm and unwavering, "I will not forsake my God." And with those words, the room fell silent, as if the very air held its breath. The king felt a pang of powerlessness, caught between his duty as a ruler and his respect for Daniel. The conspirators smirked, reveling in their victory as the order was given. As Daniel was led away, something flickered in the depths of Darius's mind, a spark of hope. "May your God, whom you serve continually, rescue you," he murmured almost to himself, wishing that somehow he could save the man who had so faithfully served him. The lion's den loomed ahead, a dark pit filled with fierce, hungry beasts. It was a place of terror, where many had met their end, and yet Daniel strode forward with a confidence that seemed almost otherworldly. The soldiers who led him watched in awe, their hearts pounding, confusion swirling in their minds. Why was he not terrified? Did he not see the danger? As the stone was rolled away to reveal the den, a guttural growl erupted from within, sending shivers down the spines of those who dared to look. Daniel was cast into the darkness, the weight of the world resting on his shoulders. The moment he hit the ground, the fearsome lions circled him, their eyes gleaming with hunger, but as he looked into their wild gazes, he felt an unshakable calm. Above, the king spent a sleepless night, tossing and turning in his bed, haunted by thoughts of Daniel. With each passing moment, he felt the gnawing guilt and sorrow tighten around his heart. What had he done? He had let envy and deceit dictate his actions, and now a faithful servant was facing certain death because of it. As dawn approached, the the king rushed to the lion's den, his heart pounding like a war drum. Fear gripped him, but it was laced with hope. "Daniel," he shouted, his voice echoing off the stone walls. "Has your God saved you?" A moment of silence hung in the air, thick with tension. Then, a voice emerged from the depths, steady and strong. "O king, live forever. My God sent his angel to shut the mouths of the lions. I am unharmed." Relief washed over Darius like a tidal wave. The conspirators were soon dragged before him, their fate sealed, while Daniel emerged from the den, untouched, a testament to his unwavering faith. The people of Babylon would soon learn of the miraculous deliverance, and the faith of one man would ignite a spark of hope in a land overshadowed by darkness. In that moment, the lion's den was not just a punishment. It became a symbol, a beacon of unyielding faith in the face of insurmountable odds, a tale that would resonate throughout history. As Darius proclaimed the greatness of Daniel's God, the world outside began to change, awakening a sense of wonder in the hearts of many. But darkness still lurked in the shadows, plotting, waiting. The story was far from over. The seeds of envy had been sown, and the cycle of conspiracy was just beginning, ready to strike again. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient city of Babylon, a heavy stillness settled like a thick fog. The walls of the royal palace towered high, a fortress of stone and power, but within its opulent chambers lay a chilling tension. It was an atmosphere crackling with the weight of impending doom, as if the very air was holding its breath in anticipation. In a small room, filled only with the scent of dust and old parchment, one man knelt in solitary prayer. Daniel, a figure of quiet strength and unwavering faith, was about to face the most harrowing test of his life. The decree had been signed, an edict from King Darius himself. No one was to pray to any god or man except the king for 30 days. Those who disobeyed would be thrown into a den of lions, savage beasts with teeth like knives and hunger like an eternal flame. The words had struck Daniel like a thunderclap, echoing through the chambers of his heart. Yet, as he took his place on the cool stone floor, a calm resolve washed over him. This was not mere defiance. It was devotion. With each whisper of his prayer, Daniel poured out his soul to the God he had served all his life. Memories of his homeland flooded his mind. The vibrant streets of Jerusalem, the sacred temple, and the laughter of friends gathered in worship. The pang of nostalgia mingled with the sharp clarity of his purpose. He knew well the risks. He was an outsider in this grand city, a captive whose faith had once earned him favor. Now it could lead him to a fate worse than death. The moonlight streamed through the open window, illuminating his face with a soft glow. As he bowed his head, the world outside faded away. He was not merely praying for himself. He was interceding for his people, the exiled, and those who had lost their way. He prayed for wisdom, for strength, and above all, for courage to stand firm against the tide of fear that threatened to pull him under. Each word felt like a lifeline, a connection to the divine that transcended the iron bars of his captivity. But the shadows were stirring. In the palace, the men who had plotted against him watched with eager eyes, their hearts racing with anticipation. Jealousy coursed through their veins, fueled by the power Daniel wielded, not of this world, but divine. They had seen him rise through ranks, interpreting dreams and revealing truths that even the wisest could not fathom. Yet it was his faith, the unwavering belief in a God unseen, that infuriated them the most. They would use this against him. As they approached Darius, the king, their smiles were cloaked in deceit. "O king," they began, their voices dripping with flattery, "live forever. Establish a decree that no one may ask anything of any god or man except you for 30 days. They knew the king's pride would be his weakness, and they played the strings of his ego, weaving a tapestry of their conspiracy. Darius, caught up in the moment, agreed, sealing the fate of the man who had so faithfully served him. Back in his humble chamber, Daniel remained unaware of the impending storm. With each passing moment, the threat loomed closer, but his spirit soared with hope. He thought of the stories he had heard from his youth, of heroes who stood firm in their faith against intolerable odds. He remembered the tales of fiery furnaces and miraculous deliveries. Daniel had always believed in the power of his God, and now more than ever, he felt the weight of that belief. The sun rose on a new day, but with it came the darkness of betrayal. News spread like wildfire through the city. Daniel had been seen praying. The conspirators, eager to fulfill their plot, rushed to the king, their faces painted with righteous indignation. "Daniel disregards your decree, O king," they proclaimed, reveling in the chaos they had orchestrated. The king's heart sank as realization dawned. He had been manipulated, and the weight of his own law now bore down upon him. King Darius's face turned pale. He had grown fond of Daniel, admiring his wisdom and integrity. But the law was unyielding, solid as the stone from which the city was built. There were no loopholes, no way to bend the rules. The king paced the floor, disheartened, as the conspirators pressed their advantage, demanding justice. He could feel the grip of despair tightening around his chest. He had unwittingly become an instrument of his own betrayal. Meanwhile, Daniel remained steady in his faith. The news of his fate had reached him, but panic was a stranger to his heart. In the face of imminent danger, he found strength in the quiet assurance of his prayers. As he awaited the king's decision, a profound peace enveloped him, a sanctuary amidst the storm. He knew that whatever lay ahead, his faith would carry him through. The sun shone brightly that day, almost mocking the gravity of the situation. As Daniel was led to the den of lions, a suffocating silence fell over the crowd. Eyes wide with fear and anticipation, they watched the scene unfold. The lions, majestic yet terrifying, prowled within their stone prison, hungry and restless. To an ordinary man, this would be the end, but Daniel was no ordinary man. He was a vessel of faith. With each step toward the den, Daniel's heart thumped steadily, a reminder of the life pulsing within him. He had faced many trials, but this was the ultimate test, a leap into the jaws of death. Yet, in that moment, he sensed a presence, a whisper of hope fluttering like a bird ready to take flight. He knew he was not alone. His spirit soared with the knowledge that his God walked with him, even into the darkness. The lions awaited, their hunger palpable, but Daniel's resolve was unshakable. In the distance, Darius watched, his heart heavy with regret. The weight of the world seemed to rest on his shoulders as he called out to Daniel one last time. "May your God whom you serve continually deliver you." The words hung in the air, a prayer wrapped in desperation. Daniel turned, meeting the king's gaze one final time, the flicker of hope in his eyes igniting a spark of belief that would echo through the ages. And as he was lowered into the den, the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of fate. Would faith conquer fear? Would the power of prayer prove mightier than the jaws of death? The tension thickened, the outcome uncertain. But one thing remained clear. Daniel's devotion had been unwavering, a testament to the enduring power of faith even when faced with the darkest of threats. And the stage was set for a revelation that would resonate through time, echoing the timeless truth that in the face of adversity, prayer stands as an unbreakable bond between man and the divine. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the ancient city of Babylon. The air was thick with tension, a palpable unease that wrapped around the people like a heavy blanket. In the palace, whispers swirled like the dust in the streets below. King Darius had made a decree that echoed through the courts and alleyways. Anyone who prayed to a god other than him would face a fate more terrifying than death. It was a decree born from jealousy and manipulation, a political tool wielded against the faithful. In a modest chamber far from the king's opulence, a man named Daniel knelt in prayer. His heart was heavy, but his spirit was resolute. Every day, 3 times a day, Daniel would turn toward Jerusalem and speak to his God, confident that his faith would remain unshaken. He was a man of integrity, a righteous soul in a world rife with deceit. Yet, as the decree settled over Babylon like a dark cloud, Daniel's unwavering devotion cast a spotlight on his defiance. The jealous officials who had conspired to trap him watched with bated breath. They had long plotted against Daniel, seeking to expose him as a traitor to the crown. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, they saw their chance. They hurried to the king, their hearts racing with triumph. "O King Darius," they chorused, "may you live forever. You have established a law that must not be broken. But there is one among us who dares to defy your command." The king, oblivious to the treachery lurking beneath their words, listened intently. When they revealed Daniel's defiance, a wave of dread washed over him. He respected Daniel, admired his wisdom, and had elevated him to a position of power. But the law was absolute, and there was no way to escape the consequences. The moment of realization struck Darius like a thunderclap. The man he cherished had been ensnared in a web of jealousy and lies. As the king's heart sank, Daniel's quiet strength remained unwavering. Even as guards seized him, his gaze was steady. He knew the risks, the impending doom waiting for him in the den of lions. The officials reveled in their triumph, their laughter echoing through the palace halls, but Daniel remained undeterred, his faith a fortress against fear. The den was dark and foreboding, a gaping maw of shadows that seemed to breathe with hunger. The lions, powerful and majestic, lay in wait, their eyes glinting in the dim light. They were the ultimate symbol of strength, but Daniel approached with a calm that silenced even the most ferocious of beasts. As he was thrown into the den, a collective gasp rose from the crowd that had gathered above, a mix of horror and anticipation. Would this man of God be devoured, or would something miraculous unfold? King Darius paced the palace, unable to shake the image of Daniel's serene face as he fell into the depths of the den. The night stretched on, each tick of the clock a reminder of his helplessness. He could do nothing but hope, pray even, for the one man whose faith had so often inspired him. As dawn approached, the king's heart was heavy with dread, each moment stretching into eternity. The first rays of sunlight crept through the cracks of the den, illuminating the horrific scene that was expected to be filled with roars and blood. Instead, a hush fell over the lions, their usual ferocity quenched by an unseen presence. Daniel knelt among them, his hands raised in prayer, a picture of peace amid chaos. The lions, once a picture of terror, now rested quietly at his feet, as if recognizing the power of the God he served. Hours passed, and the king could take it no longer. The moment the sun broke free from the horizon, he rushed to the lion's den, dread pooling in his stomach, fearing the worst. "Daniel," he called out, his voice thick with emotion, "servant of the living God, has your God whom you serve continually been able to deliver you from the lions?" A heartbeat stretched into eternity as the king waited, his heart pounding. Then, a voice echoed from the darkness, clear and unwavering. "O king, live forever. My God sent his angel and shut the lions' mouths, and they have not hurt me." The words rang out, a melody of hope and faith that soared above the king's despair. Daniel emerged, unscathed, the very embodiment of divine deliverance. The officials who had conspired against him now stood frozen, their faces pale and ashen. The crowd gasped in disbelief, the very air buzzing with a miraculous energy. In that moment, faith triumphed over fear, light pierced the darkness, and the power of God was undeniable. Daniel's deliverance became a testament, a beacon of hope for all who witnessed it. The king, overwhelmed with joy, praised the God of Daniel. His decree reversed, and those who had plotted against him were cast into the very den that had been meant for Daniel. Justice was served, and the miracle of deliverance echoed throughout the kingdom. In the heart of Babylon, a story was woven into the fabric of time, a tale of faith that would inspire generations. The roar of the lions now became a reminder of God's unyielding protection. As the sun rose higher in the sky, illuminating the ancient walls of the city, the crowd celebrated, their chants rising like incense to the heavens, a symphony of praise for the God who saves. Daniel stood among them, his spirit unbroken, his faith unwavering. The lions may have roared, but their sound was silenced in the face of divine power. The miracle of deliverance was not merely a story of survival. It was a profound testament to the strength of faith in the face of adversity, a reminder that even in the darkest of moments, light can shine through. And as the people rejoiced, the air tingled with anticipation of what was to come. For Daniel's journey was far from over. It was a pathway to more incredible revelations, a life forever intertwined with the miraculous grace of God that had saved him. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the magnificent city of Babylon, a world of splendor and power. It was a place where dreams could be forged in gold and destinies could be rewritten in stone. Yet, within the palace walls, a storm was brewing. The air crackled with tension, thick with the scent of ambition and the whispers of fate. Daniel, a man of profound wisdom and unwavering faith, stood at the crossroads of history. He was not merely an advisor. He was a beacon of hope for his people, a bridge between the divine and the mortal. As he gazed out from the balcony of the royal palace, he felt the weight of 1,000 eyes upon him. Eyes filled with expectation, eyes filled with doubt, and eyes that stirred a sense of urgency in his heart. The edict of Darius was about to change everything, and Daniel was acutely aware that the ink was not yet dry on the parchment. This new king, Darius, had risen to the throne with a vision that was both brilliant and terrifying. He sought to unify the vast Persian Empire, and in doing so, he would unleash forces that could either lift Daniel higher than he had ever dreamed or cast him into the darkest abyss. Rumors swirled through the streets like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. Some spoke of a decree that would elevate Daniel to unprecedented power, while others warned of jealousy and betrayal lurking in the shadows. His heart raced as the whispers reached his ears. Could his past, with its trials and triumphs, lead him down a path of glory or doom? As night enveloped the city, the palace became a crucible of intrigue. Noblemen and advisors gathered, their faces illuminated by flickering torches. They were men of influence, but their hearts were fraught with ambition. The air was thick with tension, a palpable sense of something monumental on the verge of breaking. Daniel could sense it, a storm gathering beyond the horizon, and he steeled himself for the tempest ahead. Darius entered the hall, his presence commanding. The king, a man of strength and authority, exuded a charisma that both enthralled and intimidated. He scanned the room, his gaze lingering on Daniel, an acknowledgement of the man whose reputation echoed through the annals of Babylon. The moment was charged. It was as if the fabric of time had paused, holding its breath in anticipation. "Daniel," Darius spoke, his voice resonating with a mixture of respect and challenge. "I have come to recognize your wisdom and your unwavering spirit. There are those who would see you as a threat. They fear your counsel and your faith. But I seek to unite this kingdom under one law, one vision. I need you by my side." Hope flickered in Daniel's chest, but it was accompanied by an undercurrent of trepidation. He had navigated the waters of power before, but this was different. This was Darius, a ruler whose ambitions were as vast as the empire he commanded. He could lift Daniel to heights unknown or cast him down in a heartbeat. The king's next words flowed like molten gold, each syllable a promise of change. "I shall issue an edict, one that declares that for 30 days, no man shall pray to any god or man except to me. This will strengthen my rule and bring unity among the people." The hall erupted in applause, but a chill ran through Daniel. This was not merely a decree. It was a challenge to his faith, a direct affront to the very essence of who he was. In the following days, the city buzzed with excitement and uncertainty. Darius's edict was posted on walls, and the people whispered fervently as they shared their opinions. Excitement danced in the air, but so did fear. Daniel could feel the tide turning, and he knew he had a choice to make. A choice that could either solidify his position or shatter his world. As night fell, Daniel knelt in his chamber, the weight of the edict pressing heavily on his heart. He could hear the distant sounds of revelry from the palace, the laughter of those who felt untouchable. Yet his spirit was resolute. With unwavering determination, he opened his window towards Jerusalem, the place where his heart truly belonged, and prayed, not just for himself, but for his people, for wisdom, and for strength in the face of adversity. Each prayer was a thread woven into the fabric of destiny, binding him closer to the divine. And as he rose from his knees, a sense of peace enveloped him. He knew the consequences would be dire, yet the fire of faith burned brighter than any fear. Days passed, and the edict took root, dividing hearts and minds. Daniel's faith became a beacon in the darkness, but it also drew the ire of those who conspired against him. Their whispers turned to shouts of betrayal, their ambitions twisted into schemes. They lay in wait, preparing to ensnare him in a web of their making. One fateful day, as Daniel continued to pray, the conspirators struck. With malice in their eyes and venom on their tongues, they rushed to the king, their hearts cold with treachery. "O king, have you not signed an edict that forbids prayer to any god but you?" They pressed, their voices dripping with feigned righteousness. Yet, Daniel, the one you admire, defies you. He prays to his God 3 times a day. Darius felt the weight of betrayal settle upon him like a shroud. He realized too late that the very man he had sought to elevate was now ensnared by the machinations of those around him. As the truth sank in, so did the storm of regret. The king was torn, his heart aching for the friend he had come to respect, yet bound by the law he had proclaimed. In a moment of desperation, the king sought to save Daniel, but the edict was absolute. The conspirators watched with satisfaction, their victory within reach. Daniel's fate hung by a thread, and it was a bitter reminder that the price of faith can often steep. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting an azure glow over the city of Babylon, the tension reached a fever pitch. In the quiet moments before the dawn of reckoning, Daniel stood resolute, embodying the very strength he had drawn from his faith. The climax of this tale was upon him, and he was ready to face whatever lay ahead, knowing that in the darkest moments, light could shine brightest of all. The moon hung low in the midnight sky, casting a silvery light upon the ancient city of Babylon. The air was thick with expectation, a palpable tension that wrapped around the buildings like an unseen cloak. It was a night like no other, where the boundaries between the seen and unseen blurred, and the whispers of fate echoed through the stone streets. In a small chamber, a young man named Daniel lay restless, his heart racing as he sensed the weight of destiny pressing upon him. The flickering oil lamp cast dancing shadows that seemed to mock his unease. Daniel had always been different. He possessed a gift that many revered and feared. His dreams were not mere figments of imagination. They were vivid visions of what was to come. Little did he know that tonight would mark the beginning of a journey that would intertwine his fate with the threads of time itself. As he finally drifted into a deep sleep, the world around him faded away, replaced by a realm of swirling colors and haunting imagery. The visions came like waves crashing against the shore, powerful and relentless. He found himself standing before great beasts, their forms both terrifying and majestic. Each creature was a symbol of empires that would rise and fall, their roars echoing in his ears, sending shivers down his spine. A lion with eagle's wings soared above him, its golden mane glistening in the light of 1,000 stars. Daniel felt a strange connection, as if the beast were not just a figment of his imagination but a harbinger of a great kingdom soon to emerge. The lion represented Babylon itself, with its splendor and might, but also a warning of the fragility that lay beneath its grandeur. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The lion transformed into a bear, its powerful jaws snapping as it feasted upon the spoils of conquest. The bear represented the Medes and Persians, looming ever closer, fueled by insatiable hunger for dominance. Daniel's heart raced as he realized the significance of the visions unfolding before him. They were not just dreams, but divine messages charting the course of history. A great four-headed leopard took the stage next, its speed unmatched, representing the swift rise of Greece under Alexander the Great. Daniel could almost hear the clash of swords and the cries of warriors, the air thick with ambition and blood. The leopard was beautiful yet deadly, a reminder that greatness often came at a steep price. Could it be that power was destined to corrupt those who sought it? And then, a beast appeared that defied description, a creature with iron teeth and 10 horns, a symbol of the final kingdom that would reign over the earth. Daniel's pulse quickened as he beheld this nightmarish vision. The air crackled with danger, and he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. This beast would wield unimaginable power, and its reign would bring chaos and strife to the world. As the visions continued to swirl around him, Daniel was filled with a sense of urgency. He could not keep these revelations to himself. They were meant to be shared, warnings to be heeded. He had been chosen as a messenger, the burden of truth heavy upon his shoulders. But who would listen? Would the kings and rulers of the earth heed the signs of their impending doom? Suddenly, the visions shifted again. A figure appeared, radiant and awe-inspiring. The atmosphere crackled with divine energy, and Daniel felt an overwhelming sense of peace wash over him. This figure represented hope, a promise that amidst the turmoil, a kingdom would arise that would endure forever. A kingdom not built on the destruction of others, but on love, justice, and righteousness. The warmth of this vision filled Daniel's heart with courage, igniting a flame of resolve within him. As the visions began to fade, Daniel awoke with a start, sweat glistening on his forehead. The room was still, yet the echoes of the night's revelations lingered. He grasped at the threads of his dreams, desperate to hold onto the clarity they had brought. The visions were not just tales of glory and despair. They were maps leading to a future. Could he make sense of them? Each image held layers of meaning, each beast a chapter in the saga of mankind. He needed to record these visions, to weave them into a tapestry of understanding. The scrolls awaited him, their blank pages eager to absorb the weight of his words. But that would have to wait. Outside, the sun began to rise, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. The world stirred to life, and with it came the noise of everyday existence, the bustling merchants, the chatter of children, the prayers of the faithful. The city was oblivious to the momentous revelations that had just unfolded within the heart of one young man. As Daniel stepped outside, the gravity of his task pressed down on him. He could feel the pulse of the city, the rhythm of life that had continued unabated through the night. But he was different now, touched by visions that would shape not only his destiny but the destiny of nations. Each step he took reverberated with the knowledge that the future was watching, waiting for him to act. He glanced back at his chamber, a sanctuary of dreams now transformed into a crucible of purpose. With every heartbeat, he could sense the enormity of what lay ahead. As the shadows of the past receded, the horizon unfurled before him, alive with possibilities yet tinged with uncertainty. The weight of prophecy and the thrill of revelation danced within him, igniting a fire of determination he could no longer ignore. With a deep breath, Daniel stepped into the light, ready to confront the reality ahead. The world awaited his voice, and he would not be silenced. The echoes of the beasts and the promise of the kingdom rang in his ears, a reminder that he was part of something far greater than himself. The visions had begun, and they were only the beginning of an unfolding story, one that would echo through time, as long as history remembered. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a low growl that echoed through the valleys, hinting at the storm brewing on the horizon. A lone figure stood atop a craggy cliff, eyes scanning the darkening skies. Behind him lay the remnants of a once mighty empire, its walls crumbling and its people scattered. Soon, he would learn that nothing stays buried forever. Whispers carried on the wind spoke of 4 beasts, each more fearsome than the last, heralding the rise and fall of empires. These beasts were not mere creatures of myth. They were the embodiment of power, destruction, and relentless ambition. As the clouds gathered, the air thickened with anticipation and a chilling foreboding. The first beast emerged from the depths of history, its eyes glimmering with an insatiable hunger. The Assyrian Empire, fierce and unyielding, had a grip on the ancient world that seemed unbreakable. With their chariots thundering across the plains and their warriors clad in iron, they sowed fear wherever they tread. The Assyrians were known for their brutal conquests, their sophisticated bureaucracy, and their vast libraries filled with the knowledge of the ages. but their ambition consumed them, and soon, tribes once scattered began to unite against the looming shadow of Assyria. In the heart of every city they conquered, the people spoke of a prophecy. A beast would rise, and with it, a tide of change. The Assyrians, wrapped in their arrogance, scoffed at such notions, oblivious to the gathering storm. Yet, as the sun set, casting a crimson hue upon the crumbling stones of Nineveh, one could feel the lurking presence of the beast, waiting patiently for its moment. The second beast slithered forth, cloaked in the elegance of its imperial robe, Babylon. This empire, rising from the ashes of its predecessor, was marked by wisdom and culture. The Hanging Gardens, a marvel of engineering, whispered tales of love and beauty. Yet, beneath the surface lay a treacherous ambition. The Babylonians sought to claim the world, but their dreams quickly turned to ash as internal strife and decadence festered like a wound. Their leaders, blinded by grandeur, paid little heed to the signs of their impending doom. As the sun rose over the Euphrates, a storm brewed not just in the skies, but in the hearts of the people. They began to turn their backs on their rulers, feeling the weight of the beast's shadow looming over them. The air crackled with tension, each breath a reminder of the fragile balance between power and vulnerability. Then came the third beast, a chilling figure that danced upon the ruins of the great empires before it, Persia. With its vast armies stretching across lands unattainable to previous rulers, Persia was a juggernaut, unstoppable and ruthless. It absorbed the remnants of defeated civilizations, transforming them into a tapestry of cultures. Yet it also sowed the seeds of discontent. The very essence of its strength became its weakness, as the diverse peoples yearned for their own identities, longing to break free from the embrace of the beast. As the Persian sun dipped below the mountains, whispers of rebellion filled the air. Secret meetings took place under the cover of twilight, where the oppressed plotted their uprising. The beast, sensing its grip loosening, let out a roar that echoed through the valleys, a warning to those who dared to defy it. But the flame of resistance burned brightly, igniting hope in the hearts of those who had suffered for too long. The fourth beast appeared as a specter on the horizon, a dark shadow that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to gaze upon it. The Roman Empire, the most powerful of them all, was a force to be reckoned with. Its legions marched across continents, leaving a trail of blood and glory in their wake. The Romans built roads that connected their vast territories. Their architecture stood as a testament to their greatness, and their law laid the foundation for the future. But within the grandeur lay a festering wound. Corruption seeped through the cracks, and the insatiable greed of its leaders threatened to unravel everything they had built. The laughter and revelry in the grand halls of the Senate masked a growing discontent among the people. As the Colosseum filled with spectators, the roar of the crowd masked the cries of those suffering in silence, their dreams crushed beneath the weight of the imperial beast. As autumn leaves fell to the ground, the whispers of a prophecy echoed louder, mingling with the cries of the oppressed. The beasts of history had risen, and with them a warning. The cycle of empires rising and falling had not gone unnoticed. Eyes watched from the shadows, waiting for the moment when the tides would turn. The air was electric as the people stood at the crossroads of destiny. They felt the weight of history upon their shoulders, the ghosts of the past urging them forward. Each heartbeat resonated with the promise of change, a crescendo of hope amidst despair. They were no longer just subjects of the beasts. They were warriors of fate, ready to rise and reclaim what had been lost. The winds howled, carrying the stories of the four beasts across the lands. As the sun dipped below the horizon, bathing the world in twilight, a storm of uncertainty loomed on the brink. Would they rise together, or would they be swallowed whole by the very beasts they sought to escape? The answer lay ahead, shrouded in mystery and the promise of a new dawn. The echoes of the past were not done speaking, and the beasts still had their tales to weave. In the hushed stillness of a time long forgotten, the world held its breath. A figure emerged, cloaked in the splendor of righteousness, a presence so profound that even the bravest warriors felt their hearts tremble. This was no ordinary being. This was the Ancient of Days, a vision of divine authority, radiating an aura that stretched across the heavens and echoed through the ages. The air crackled with anticipation, as if the very fabric of reality was woven with threads of his infinite wisdom and power. Gold and silver shimmered in the light, casting reflections that danced like whispered secrets upon the earth. The throne upon which he sat was not merely a seat. It was a celestial command center, towering high above time and space, crafted from pure light and shimmering jewels, each one a testament to his eternal reign. The ancient stones, with their polished surfaces, bore witness to countless ages, their silent strength a reminder of the sovereignty that governed all creation. As the clouds churned in the skies, a scene unfolded, brilliant flashes of lightning, accompanied by rolling thunder, reverberating like the heartbeat of the universe itself. The ground shook softly, a gentle reminder of his power, while the heavens blazed with the glory of his presence. The Ancient of Days, eyes like blazing coals, surveyed the realm beneath him. His gaze penetrated every shadow, illuminating the hearts of kings and peasants alike, revealing their innermost thoughts and deeds. History had seen its rise and fall, empires built on the backs of the faithful collapsing like sandcastles before the tide. Yet, through it all, the Ancient of Days remained. He was the eternal witness, the sentinel of time, unyielding in his resolve. Kings might rage, warriors might clash, but none could escape the sovereign authority that surrounded him. An authority that shaped destinies and determined the fate of nations with a mere thought. A hush fell over the gathering storm as he raised his hand, and there, in that suspended moment, time seemed to pause. The reality of his influence rippled through the ages, touching the lives of those who sought justice and mercy. He was a refuge for the oppressed, a beacon for the lost, and his heart beat in tune with the cries of his people. One could almost hear the echoes of the Psalms, sung in ancient languages, carried by the winds from the lips of those who longed for his presence. Visions danced around him, fiery chariots racing across the skies, angels with wings of light standing vigilant, guardians of his sacred throne. Each one a messenger, each one carrying the weight of his truth. They hovered in reverence, their eyes locked upon him, their spirits ignited with the passion of divine purpose. The air around them shimmered with anticipation, as if the very atmosphere was charged with the energy of creation. But then came the faces of humanity, worn and weary. The Ancient of Days saw the fallen, those ensnared in the chains of their own making. He felt their pain, their longing for redemption. These were the moments that stirred the depths of his heart, the cries of the broken resonating like a haunting melody in the silence of the cosmos. It was a reminder that his sovereignty was not merely about power, but about love, a love that drove him to weave a tapestry of hope amidst despair. As the winds howled and the storm raged, the Ancient of Days remained unmoved, his presence a calming force amidst the chaos. It was here that the tension reached its peak. The weight of history pressed down, pressing against the very structure of existence as the lines between divine and mortal blurred. The heavens thundered again, and lightning illuminated the depths of the darkness below, revealing the struggles of those who sought meaning in a world often devoid of it. Suddenly, a figure stepped forward, hesitant yet resolute. A prophet perhaps, or a seeker of truth, someone who dared to question the very nature of authority. With trembling lips, they raised their voice against the wind, challenging the status quo, daring to call out the injustices that plagued their people. "Why, O Ancient of Days?" they cried. "Why do the wicked prosper while the good suffer? Where is your justice?" The words hung in the air, raw and powerful, like a spark igniting a wildfire. The Ancient of Days turned his gaze upon the challenger, a flicker of awe and respect crossing his features. In that moment, the seeker felt the weight of centuries, the burden of unanswered questions pressing upon their shoulders. Yet, they stood firm, unyielding before the throne of glory, fully aware that their vulnerability was met with understanding. Time seemed to stretch as the Ancient of Days considered their plea. In that silence, the heavens held their breath, the angels paused in their flight, and the storm calmed. The weight of his wisdom echoed through the ages, carrying with it the promise of truth and justice that transcended time. It was not an answer that came, but an invitation, a call to witness the unfolding of his plan, to understand that the tapestry of existence was woven with both light and darkness. The Ancient of Days extended his hand, not in condemnation, but in compassion, urging the seeker to look deeper, to find hope in the shadows and light in the darkness. The air vibrated with electric energy as the understanding washed over the seeker. This was not a mere confrontation. It was a divine dialogue, a sacred engagement with the Creator of all. The ancient stones of the throne seemed to hum with approval, as if history itself acknowledged the moment of connection between the divine and the human. But even as the moment of revelation shimmered in the air, the world outside continued to spin, unaware of the sacred exchange taking place. The shadows lengthened, the storm clouds thickened, and the cries of humanity grew louder. The Ancient of Days, still seated upon his magnificent throne, remained vigilant, ready to enact his will, ready to unleash the tide of history upon an unsuspecting world. And so the scene unfolded, a continuous flow of emotions and tension, with hearts beating in rhythm with the pulse of eternity. The Ancient of Days, sovereign yet compassionate, watched over his creation, waiting for the moment when all would come to understand his divine purpose. As the vision shimmered, the world held its breath, anticipating the next chapter in the unfolding story of existence, where every soul would eventually seek and find their place beneath the gaze of the Ancient of Days. In the stillness of a darkened chamber, a young man kneels, his heart racing with the weight of destiny. Layers of dust swirl in the dim light, illuminated only by the flickering flame of a solitary oil lamp. He clutches a scroll, its edges worn and frayed, filled with words that echo through history. The air is thick with anticipation, as though time itself holds its breath, waiting for the revelation that will change everything. The visions of the ancient prophet Daniel ripple through his mind, each passage alive with a promise that transcends generations. A promise of hope, a Messiah who would come to save. As the young man reads, the atmosphere crackles with emotion. Daniel, a captive in a foreign land, had been gifted with dreams that soared beyond the confines of his earthly existence. He saw beasts representing kingdoms rise and fall, yet among them emerged a figure so strikingly divine that it sent shivers down his spine. "I saw in the night visions," Daniel wrote, "and behold, with the clouds of heaven there came one like a son of man." The words pulse with life, each syllable resonating like a heartbeat, echoing across centuries. What did it mean to be called the Son of Man? The young man's mind races with the implications. This title reverberates through his very soul, igniting a flicker of faith in the darkest corners of his heart. This was no ordinary figure. This was a promise wrapped in mystery. The Son of Man would arrive with authority, crowned in glory, a force that could shatter chains and heal the brokenhearted. Daniel's prophecy was more than an ancient vision. It was a beacon of hope in a world that often felt engulfed in despair. History swirled around the young man as if the echoes of Daniel's words were riding on the winds of time itself. The Babylonian Empire, mighty and oppressive, had cast its shadow over the land. Exiles like Daniel had witnessed the destruction of their home, the temple in Jerusalem reduced to ashes. Yet amid the ruins, a flicker of promise remained, threaded through Daniel's visions. The hope of a coming ruler, a son of man, brought a sense of urgency to his prayer. Each word Daniel penned spoke of a future where justice would reign, where the weak would be lifted, and the downtrodden would find solace. The young man's heart raced with the realization that this prophecy was not merely about a distant future. It was a promise meant for him. Could it be? Was there truly a way out of this darkness? A way to reclaim what had been lost? As he continued to read, images danced before his eyes. The Son of Man approaching the Ancient of Days, his appearance radiant like the sun breaking upon the horizon. Daniel's words painted a picture of divine authority, a ruler who would be given dominion and glory and a kingdom that would never end. The young man could almost hear the trumpets blaring, echoing the proclamation of this promised king. It was a vivid display of power and love intertwined, a promise that the heavens would not remain silent. But lurking in the shadows of this prophecy was another truth. The road to salvation would not be easy. The Son of Man would endure suffering, betrayal, and rejection. The young man's heart ached at the thought. He could feel the weight of this burden pressing upon him, as the reality of the coming trials settled like a heavy fog. Daniel's visions were not merely tales of grandeur. They were intertwined with the pain of humanity. The Son of Man would be both king and servant, glory intertwined with agony. And then came the chilling realization that the world was not prepared for such a revelation. Those in power, the priests and rulers, would dismiss this humble king. They would seek to silence his voice, to crush the hope he brought. The young man's hands trembled as he imagined the scenes that would unfold. Disciples gathered around a simple man, the Son of Man, whose every word was drenched in wisdom and compassion. Would they understand? Would they embrace the one who came to save them? Amidst the turmoil of his thoughts, a sense of urgency surged within him. The Son of Man was more than a figure in the sky. He was a promise waiting to be fulfilled, a glimmer of hope for every weary soul. The young man envisioned a day when the oppressed would rise in joy, when the weary would find rest. The depths of his longing intertwined with the visions of Daniel, creating a tapestry of faith and hope. As the candle flickered low, casting shadows that danced across the walls, the young man knew that the time for the Son of Man was approaching. The prophecy was alive, vibrant, and filled with the energy of a coming storm. The world was on the brink of transformation, where the mundane would meet the miraculous. He could almost hear the whispers of those who waited, hearts beating as one, longing for the fulfillment of this promise. In the distance, the echoes of ancient prayers lingered, a chorus of longing that resonated through time. The weight of history pressed heavy, yet there was a sweetness to it, a promise that the Son of Man would rise. There were hints of his coming woven into the fabric of every heart, a testament to the profound hope that existed even in despair. With each passing moment, the anticipation grew, wrapping around him like a warm embrace. The young man knew he was part of something larger, a thread in the grand tapestry of divine purpose. The darkness could not extinguish the light, nor could despair silence the promise that roared like a lion. The Son of Man would come, and with him the dawn of a new age. As the last flicker of the oil lamp sputtered out, the young man stood, a fire ignited within him. He stepped into the night, where stars twinkled like promises written in the heavens. The story of the Son of Man was far from over. It had only just begun. And as he walked into the darkness, the world held its breath, pregnant with the possibility of hope and the echoes of ancient prophecies. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the lands that had seen countless battles, where the blood of warriors once stained the earth. In a time when empires rose and fell with the tides of war, two mighty forces stood poised on the brink of conflict, ready to unleash chaos, an animalistic clash symbolizing the tension of their ambitions. On one side, the ram, a fierce and proud creature, embodied the relentless spirit of the rising empire, its horns sharp and ready to charge. Across the dusty expanse, the goat, nimble and cunning, represented an ancient legacy that had weathered storms and seasons. The air between them crackled with anticipation, as if history itself held its breath. The ram, representing the Assyrian Empire, was a force to be reckoned with. Mighty walls fortified the cities, and legions of warriors, clad in bronze armor, marched in unison. The roar of their war drums echoed through the valleys, a sound that struck fear into the hearts of their enemies. They sought to expand their territory, pushing relentlessly into the heartlands of the ancient empires, their eyes fixed on conquest and glory. In the eyes of their soldiers burned a fierce pride, stirred by tales of past victories that lived in the songs of bards. Their ambitions were as high as the mountains surrounding them, filled with dreams of power and riches. Yet, in the shadows loomed the goat, representing the Babylonian Empire, a kingdom rich in culture and wisdom. The goat was not just a creature of brute strength. It was clever, adaptable, and willing to outsmart its opponent. Babylon's history was a tapestry woven with the threads of art, science, and philosophy. The goat's people spoke in poetic verses, celebrated the stars, and cherished the wisdom of their ancestors. The city's hanging gardens were a marvel, a testament to the beauty they cultivated even in a world filled with strife. Their strength lay not merely in numbers, but in their ability to endure, to learn from each conflict and emerge resilient. As tensions simmered, the air thickened with an unshakable sense of inevitability. In the evenings, fires burned brightly in both camps, illuminating the faces of fighters who shared stories around the flickering flames. The Ram's warriors boasted of their might, slapping each other on the back, their laughter echoing through the night. Meanwhile, the goat soldiers whispered tales of cunning strategies and the strength of their forefathers, their voices soft yet firm, like a cool breeze weaving through ancient cypress trees. On a fateful dawn, a lone eagle soared overhead, its keen eyes surveying the land below. It was a harbinger of the tempest to come. As the sun broke through the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and red, the ground shook with the sound of approaching armies. The ram and the goat faced each other across a barren plain, where the grass had long turned to dust, a mute witness to the impending clash. The first roar of battle shook the earth as the ram charged forward, hooves pounding like war drums. With every step, a collective heartbeat echoed in the chest of the Assyrian warriors. They surged, shields raised, spears glinting in the sunlight, a wall of determination and strength. The goat wouldn't recoil, though. The Babylonians stood their ground, folding into formations that looked fluid and alive, a dance of anticipation and strategy. They understood that their greatest weapon was not merely physical might, but the ability to outthink their adversary. As the two forces collided, the sounds of clashing metal and cries of the fallen filled the air. It was not just a battle of armies. It was a fight for identity, for culture, for the very soul of their empires. The ram pushed forward with brute force, a whirlwind of chaos seeking to dominate, while the goat darted and weaved, striking where the ram was weakest. In the chaos, individual stories emerged. Young soldiers caught in the throes of fear, seasoned warriors reliving their glory days, and men who had once been friends, now forced to fight against one another in the name of empires. The battlefield became a canvas painted with the colors of strife and valor, where every clash told a story of ambition and sacrifice. A commander from the ram's side, feeling the weight of his ancestors upon him, rallied his troops with a bellowing cry that echoed through the din. His words ignited a spark within them, urging them to push harder, fight fiercer, for their land, for their families waiting back home. Yet, amidst the fervor, doubt crept into the hearts of some, haunting whispers of the goat's clever tactics swirling in their minds. On the other side, a young warrior of the goat, with dirt-streaked cheeks and fierce determination, found himself locked in battle with a ram soldier. Their eyes met briefly, two souls caught in an unending struggle, each reflecting the hopes and fears of their respective empires. As blades clashed, he felt the weight of history pressing on him, the stories of his forebears echoing in his ears, urging him to be more than just a soldier, to be a guardian of a legacy that had endured for centuries. The battle raged on, and each moment became a heartbeat in the story of these two empires. As the sun climbed higher, casting shadows long and ominous across the soil, the realization that this struggle was more than just a fight for land began to dawn upon the soldiers. It was a clash of ideals, a test of who they were and what they stood for. In the fray, alliances formed, friendships shattered, and the very essence of humanity emerged in stark relief against the backdrop of war. With every swing of a sword, every cry of anguish, the ram and the goat intertwined in a dance of violence and honor, a testament to the complexity of power and the fragility of life. As the dust began to settle, neither side knowing the true cost of victory, the battlefield transformed into a grim testament of the dreams, ambitions, and the unyielding desire for survival that drove them forward. The day was far from over, and the echoes of conflict would resonate long after the final blow had been struck. What lay ahead was uncertain, but the world would remember this clash forever, as empires intertwined and destinies collided like storms in the night. The city of Jerusalem was a tapestry of life and history, where cobblestones whispered tales of ages past. The sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over the ancient stones, illuminating the faces of those who had gathered in the shadow of the Temple Mount. It was a moment heavy with anticipation, each heart beating in sync with the rhythm of prophecy that echoed through the ages. The air was electric with a sense of destiny as the promises of old hung like a shroud over the people of Israel. At the center of this fervor stood Daniel, the seer of Babylon, whose visions had transcended time. His prophetic timeline, etched into the fabric of Israel's future, spoke of a reckoning, a divine countdown of 70 weeks that would mark the fate of a nation. Each week, a symbol, a heartbeat in the vast span of history. The people could feel it. The air was thick with expectation as they pondered the profound meaning behind the numbers. The whispers of the 70 weeks were not merely numbers etched in stone. They were threads woven into the very essence of Israel's identity. It was an intricate design, a cosmic clock ticking toward an appointed time. The first 7 weeks, a period of restoration, would see Jerusalem rebuilt, rising from the ashes of its former glory. The faithful would labor, their hands working tirelessly as they laid each stone, each brick infused with prayer and hope. It was a time of renewal, a moment when the flickering flame of faith began to blaze anew. But the weeks would march on, each one bringing with it a sense of urgency. The next 62 weeks echoed with the footsteps of prophets, each calling out, pleading with the people to return to their roots, to remember the covenant made with God. They stood in the streets, their voices rising above the din of the marketplace, reminding the people that they were chosen, that their story was far from over. The tension built as the sands of time slipped through the hourglass, a potent reminder that history is not just a series of events, but a living narrative shaped by faith and fervor. As the timeline stretched toward the climax, a figure emerged, a Messiah, awaited by many, yet recognized by few. The people held their breath as the weeks culminated in a moment of revelation, an unexpected twist that would send shockwaves through the very foundation of their beliefs. This was not the warrior they envisioned, nor the king who would vanquish their enemies. Instead, he was a humble servant, his path marked by compassion and sacrifice, challenging the very notions of power and glory. The air crackled with intensity as the final week approached, a countdown toward the ultimate sacrifice. The crucible of anticipation grew heavier, the people unaware that they were standing on the precipice of change. Prophecies hung like a veil, whispering secrets of the future, intertwining the fates of nations and the destinies of individuals. Each tick of the clock brought a renewed sense of urgency, an impending climax that felt both thrilling and terrifying. For those attuned to the signs, the 70 weeks were more than just a prophetic timeline. They were a reminder of God's unwavering love for his people. Each week represented hope, a beacon shining through the darkness, beckoning the faithful to hold fast to their beliefs. History was not a mere backdrop. It was the stage upon which the greatest drama of all time would unfold, a divine script written in the heavens. But not everyone was ready to embrace the unfolding narrative. Skepticism loomed in the shadows, as some clung to their doubts, unable to see beyond their own expectations. The tension between hope and despair grew palpable, each faction wrestling for understanding. The faithful longed for liberation, while the disillusioned turned away, unwilling to believe in a future they could not yet see. The struggle was fierce, as hearts battled against the weight of history and the promise of what was to come. As the final moments of the 70 weeks approached, the air thickened with a sense of urgency. The streets of Jerusalem pulsed with life, voices raised in fervent prayer, each plea a desperate grasp for connection with the divine. The people felt it, the trembling anticipation, the weight of their collective history pressing down upon them. They stood on the brink, unaware that they were about to witness the culmination of countless prayers and prophecies, a moment that would echo throughout eternity. And then, like the sound of an approaching storm, the ground shook with the force of revelation. The weeks had come to an end, but rather than closure, the cycle of prophecy opened a door to the future. A future filled with both promise and peril. The world held its breath, caught in the delicate balance between hope and despair, as the narrative of Israel continued to unfold. Each heartbeat resonated through time, a reminder that history was still writing itself. The 70 weeks were not just a chapter concluded. They were a powerful prelude to the unfolding saga of a nation destined for greatness amidst trials yet unknown. The stage was set, the players in position, and destiny awaited, just beyond the horizon. A shadow stretched across the ancient city, darkening the once vibrant streets of Jerusalem, where hope and despair danced hand in hand beneath the sun's fading light. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable tension that made hearts race and breaths hitch. Rumors were spreading like wildfire, whispers of a prophecy that spoke of an impending crisis, the abomination of desolation. This was no ordinary warning. It was a clarion call to the faithful, a chilling echo from the past, warning of a calamity that threatened to engulf all in its path. As the sun dipped below the horizon, transforming the sky into a canvas of fiery reds and deep purples, a lone figure emerged from the shadows. His eyes held the weight of centuries, glistening with wisdom and fear. He was a prophet, burdened with a message that had been whispered through the ages. "Prepare yourselves," he cried to the gathering crowd, his voice trembling yet resolute. "The time is near when the holy will be desecrated, and the faithful will be tested." Around him, the people murmured, their faces etched with doubt and curiosity. They had heard tales of the abomination before, historical echoes of past atrocities that had turned sacred spaces into scenes of horror. The first instance was spoken of in hushed tones, a dark memory of the 2nd century BCE, when Antiochus IV Epiphanes erected an altar to Zeus within the sacred precincts of the Jewish temple. This act had set ablaze the spirit of rebellion, igniting a fierce struggle for freedom that would be remembered for generations. But the warning was not just about history. It was a harbinger of what was to come. The prophet, feeling the weight of their collective anxiety, shared the visions that haunted his nights. "A time will come," he warned, "when a great leader will rise, one who will draw many to him. He will speak of peace, but his heart will be filled with deception." The crowd gasped as he spoke, their minds racing with thoughts of the future. Could it be that history was destined to repeat itself? Was their world on the brink of another cataclysm? As darkness enveloped the city, a foreboding silence fell. The prophet's words hung in the air, heavy with dread. In the distance, the flicker of torches illuminated the sky, revealing a gathering army, a coalition of nations that had once stood as allies, but whose hearts now beat with the rhythm of ambition and betrayal. These were the harbingers of chaos, the ones who would march upon Jerusalem, their intentions cloaked in the guise of diplomacy. The streets buzzed with tension as families huddled together, eyes wide with fear. They remembered the stories passed down through generations about the desecration of their sacred spaces. There were tales of the Roman legions, their banners unfurling like dark clouds over the Temple Mount, the cries of the faithful drowned beneath the thunderous sound of destruction. The abomination had not just been a physical act. It had represented a spiritual assault that pierced the very soul of the nation. "Listen closely," the prophet urged, his voice rising above the murmurs. "For the signs are already among us. The temple will be trampled, and the innocent will suffer. Those who stand against the tide will be cast aside, silenced in their cries for justice." The crowd swayed, caught in the tempest of emotion, eyes brimming with tears as they envisioned their beloved city under siege once more. A woman stepped forward, her hands trembling as she clutched her child close. "What shall we do? How do we prepare for what is to come?" Her voice broke the silence, a raw plea that resonated deeply. The prophet paused, his gaze piercing through the darkness. "Strength lies not in the sword, but in the heart. Unite in faith, hold fast to your beliefs, for they will be your shield. And when the hour arrives, do not lose hope. Remember the courage of those who came before you." As his words echoed through the night, the ground trembled beneath their feet, a reminder that history was unyielding and relentless. The earth seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the unfolding of events that would shape their destiny. The stars above flickered, as if whispering secrets known only to the heavens, and the people felt an electric energy coursing through them. Days turned into weeks, and the air grew heavier with dread. Rumors of unrest swirled around them like a storm, bringing news of betrayal from within their own ranks. Shadows of doubt crept into the hearts of those who once stood united. In the marketplaces, voices rose in anger and despair, questioning the very fabric of their faith. Could they truly withstand the force that loomed on the horizon? The cry for strength and guidance resonated louder each day. Amidst this turmoil, the prophet continued to speak, his presence a beacon of hope amid the chaos. He urged the people to remember their history, to embrace their roots, and to draw strength from the stories of their ancestors who had faced abominations before. They withstood the flames and emerged not just unscathed but renewed. Let their legacy ignite a fire in your hearts. Yet, even as they rallied, doubts lingered like ghosts in the night. The abomination was not merely an event. It was a test of faith, a trial that threatened to eclipse their very identity. Would they rise or fall? The answer danced on the edge of uncertainty like the flickering flames of the torches that illuminated the night. And as the moon shone brightly overhead, casting an ethereal glow upon the city, the people held their breath, waiting for the first sign of the coming storm. They could feel it in their bones. It was coming, a wave of despair that would crash upon them, reshaping their world forever. The abomination of desolation was not just a warning. It was a harbinger of a crisis that would forever alter their understanding of faith, unity, and survival. As they stood together, hearts pounding with fear and hope, they braced themselves for the trials that lay ahead, knowing that the next chapter of their story was about to unfold. In the early dawn of creation, when chaos danced upon the edges of existence and shadows whispered secrets of despair, one figure soared above the fray, Michael the Archangel. A being of profound strength and unyielding faith, he stood as a beacon of hope and divine order, wielding a sword of light that could pierce through the thickest darkness. The air crackled with anticipation, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the age-old battle between good and evil to unfold. On a fateful day, the skies darkened and thunder trembled through the heavens, announcing the arrival of a conflict unlike any other. The fallen angel, Lucifer, once a radiant seraph, had turned against the Creator, rallying his legions of darkness to seize control of the celestial realm. As rebellion erupted, Michael was summoned, the appointed guardian of heaven and humanity, a warrior whose very essence embodied the struggle between light and shadow. As he prepared for battle, the weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon his shoulders. Michael understood the stakes. The fate of countless souls hung in the balance. The cries of the faithful echoed in his heart, urging him forward. He remembered the ancient prophecies that foretold this clash, the whispers of the prophets who glimpsed the impending conflict. The armies of heaven, shining with the glory of the Creator, rallied behind him, ready to follow their mighty leader into the fray. The battlefield was a swirling tempest of energy and emotion. Michael, with his armor gleaming like the sun, stood tall amidst the chaos. His wings, vast and radiant, unfurled behind him, casting an ethereal glow that illuminated the darkness surrounding him. The sight was breathtaking, a testament to divine power and unwavering resolve. As he raised his sword, forged in the fires of creation, a surge of energy rippled through the ranks of the faithful, igniting courage in their hearts. The clash began. Thunder roared as angel met angel, light colliding with darkness in a cacophony of sound and fury. Michael led the charge, his voice a clarion call, promising victory for those who stood in righteousness. With each swing of his sword, he dispelled the darkness, sending shockwaves through the ranks of Lucifer's minions. They faltered, uncertainty creeping into their hearts as the power of Michael's presence enveloped them. Yet, within the chaos, a chilling realization emerged. This was not merely a battle of might but a war of wills. The air was thick with unspoken fears and deep-rooted doubts, not just from the fallen but from the very angels Michael fought alongside. Each strike of the sword brought to light the internal struggles that lay buried within the hearts of the faithful. Fear and temptation loomed, threatening to unravel their resolve at the very moment they needed it most. In the midst of the turmoil, Michael's voice rang clear, calling out to his brethren, reminding them of their purpose. "We are the light in the shadow. We are the guardians of hope," he bellowed, the very words igniting a flame of determination in those who heard him. In that moment, the essence of spiritual warfare was unveiled. Not just an external battle against darkness, but the internal struggle each individual faced against despair, doubt, and the fear of failure. Time seemed to stretch as the battle raged on. Moments of quiet reflection intermingled with bursts of fury. There were faces, angels filled with both doubt and faith, flashing through Michael's mind. Each one held a story, a life woven into the fabric of the universe, longing for salvation and guidance. The war was not just about defeating an enemy. It was about lifting spirits and rekindling hope. The realization sank deep within him, an understanding that every soul mattered in this cosmic fight. As despair crept into the hearts of his comrades, Michael took a breath, centering himself. In the depth of his being, he summoned the memories of those who had come before, the saints, the martyrs. Their sacrifices whispered through the ages, compelling him to fight not just for victory, but for love and redemption. The echoes of their courage resonated with him, and a surge of divine energy coursed through his veins. In a moment that felt like eternity, Michael raised his sword high once more, and it blazed with an intensity that outshone the sun. "To the light!" he cried, and with that, a wave of renewed strength surged through the heavenly host. They rallied, their fear transformed into fierce determination, charging forward in unity against the tide of darkness that threatened to consume them. The battle spiraled into a frenzied dance of existence. The lines between light and shadow blurred, where every thrust of the sword held the weight of eternity. Michael became a whirlwind of power, a symbol of hope against the encroaching dark. The air crackled with tension, emotions swirling like a storm as angels fell and rose again, each moment a testament to the relentless spirit of those who fought alongside him. Yet, just as victory seemed within reach, a potent wave of darkness surged forth. Lucifer emerged, a figure of magnificent terror, his presence casting an oppressive shadow over the battlefield. The very ground trembled beneath his feet, the air thick with his malevolence. Michael felt the dread claw at his heart, but he stood resolute, the embodiment of unwavering faith. This was the moment that would define the fate of creation. Lucifer's voice, smooth and cunning, cut through the din of battle. "Why do you fight, Michael? Do you not see the futility in your struggle? This world is mired in sin and despair. Let them fall. It is what they deserve." Those words, dripping with darkness, pierced through the hearts of many. Doubts surfaced like ghosts, clawing at their resolve. But Michael, unwavering, called upon the truth that lay within them, the belief in redemption, the light that flickered in every soul. "We fight not just for ourselves, but for those lost in despair. We fight for the souls that long for salvation." With that declaration, the tide began to shift. The angels rallied around their leader once more, hearts ignited by the truth of Michael's words. The surge of hope washed over the battlefield, igniting a flame that could not be extinguished. Together, they advanced, an unstoppable force pushing back the darkness, a living testament to the power of faith, love, and the eternal struggle against evil. As the battle raged on, Michael and Lucifer faced each other, their destinies intertwined. The world watched in anticipation, the outcome uncertain, the stakes higher than ever. With every clash of swords, the echoes of history surrounded them, whispering tales of courage, loss, and the undying hope that resided in the hearts of those who believed in the light. In the dim light of dawn, the air shimmered with an uneasy stillness, as if the very earth held its breath. The stone slab lay cold and unyielding, a heavy reminder of the finality of death. Yet, within that stark silence, a heartbeat of hope throbbed, pulsating through the cracks of despair. Outside the tomb, the world bustled unaware, a tapestry of life woven from joy and sorrow, ignorance and enlightenment. Mary Magdalene approached the tomb, her heart a tumult of grief and confusion. The sun's rays, timid and hesitant, began to creep over the horizon, casting golden fingers across the rugged landscape. She paused, her breath hitching in her throat, for she sensed something was different. The air tingled with electricity, a promise of the miraculous that hung just beyond the veil of the ordinary. As she reached the entrance, her heart raced. The stone had been rolled away. Panic surged within her, a tidal wave of fear crashing against the fragile shores of her hope. She peered into the darkened space, her heart pounding like a war drum. The shroud that had wrapped her beloved was gone. What kind of madness was this? Had grave robbers come to desecrate the resting place? Or was it something far more profound? Mary turned, her mind racing back to the words of Jesus, the man who had brought light to her shadowed life, who had spoken of a kingdom beyond the grave, of a resurrection. But how could it be? The crucifixion still echoed in her bones, a brutal reminder of despair. The temple veil had torn, the skies had darkened, and yet here she stood, her heart caught between the weight of death and the glimmer of possibility. Suddenly, a presence materialized behind her, warm and familiar. "Why are you weeping?" the voice asked, soft yet commanding, like the embrace of an old friend. Mary turned, her breath catching again. For there before her stood Jesus, radiant, alive, transcending the very bounds of mortality. Joy and disbelief warred within her. Was this a vision, a trick of the light, or was he truly there, his smile an anchor in the storm of her sorrow? "Rabboni!" she cried, rushing forward, tears streaming down her face, mingling with the dust of the ground. In his presence, the world around her faded, the chaos of life blurring into insignificance. Here was hope personified, a promise that echoed through the ages, binding the past to the future in an unbreakable thread. But he held up a hand, a gentle reminder that this moment was sacred. "Do not cling to me," he urged, "for I have not yet ascended to the Father." Those words, spoken with love and command, ignited something deep within Mary. She understood, for this was not an end but a beginning, a catalyst that would ripple through the very fabric of time. Meanwhile, as word of the resurrection began to spread, a deafening silence fell over Jerusalem. The Sanhedrin, cloaked in their robes of authority, conspired in hushed tones, their hearts hardened against the impossible. They had witnessed the crucifixion, the nails, the crown of thorns. How could they accept this new truth? Fear of losing their grip on power clawed at them, breeding a desperation that fueled their darkest intentions. They sought to silence the truth, to bury it beneath layers of deceit, but they were fighting against something far greater. In hidden corners of the city, followers gathered, their hearts aflame with disbelief and wonder. Each telling of Mary's encounter sent ripples of excitement through their ranks. John and Peter, fueled by a mixture of hope and skepticism, raced to the tomb. The sun now rose fully, bathing the world in a golden light that felt like a divine embrace. Yet, the path was heavy with uncertainty, each footfall echoing with the weight of expectation. As they neared the tomb, the air thickened with tension. What would they find? Would they see the grave clothes, still wrapped as if the body had simply evaporated? Would the stone be rolled back as Mary had said? Each question hung in the air, an unspoken prayer as they crossed the threshold into the unknown. Inside, the tomb was as Mary had described, yet the absence of Jesus filled the space like a haunting melody. Peter, ever the impulsive one, rushed in first, his heart racing with a mix of fear and yearning. He saw the linen wrappings lying where Jesus had been, untouched by the ravages of decay. It was as if the resurrection had happened in an instant, a transformation so profound that even the fabric of time had bowed to it. John, following closely, entered with a sense of reverence. He looked upon the scene, his heart pounding with realization. The resurrection was not just an event. It was a promise that intertwined with the very essence of faith. They stood there, two men, grappling with the unfathomable reality that their teacher, their friend, was alive, and the implications of that truth were staggering. Yet, outside the tomb, shadows loomed. The decision-makers of the city, their plans brewing in secret chambers, conspired to twist the narrative. They would not allow the resurrection to redefine their power, their control over the people. For them, the stakes were life and death, a truth too powerful to ignore and too dangerous to unleash upon the world. The tension grew, a palpable energy that crackled in the air. Hope and fear danced together, a chaotic waltz that would ultimately shape the future. In the quiet moments following that dawn, belief and doubt warred within hearts. Would they embrace the miracle or hide behind the walls of skepticism? The world was at a crossroads, standing on the precipice of a spiritual awakening that would resonate through history. In that charged atmosphere, Mary and the disciples felt a stirring within their souls, a recognition that their lives were forever changed. They understood that the resurrection was not merely a story to be told. It was a living, breathing truth that beckoned them forward into the unknown. Each step taken would lead them closer to a destiny intertwined with love, sacrifice, and a hope that could conquer even the darkest of judgments. As the sun rose higher, illuminating the path ahead, the echoes of the resurrection began to weave through the hearts of those who dared to believe. What would they do with this hope? Would they allow it to flourish amidst the trials that awaited them? With the weight of history pressing upon them, the answer lingered in the air, waiting to be written in the annals of time. A vision flickered in the dim light of a troubled night, a storm brewing in the heavens. Daniel, a once proud man of God, found himself battered by the weight of revelations that twisted his thoughts and shook his spirit. The air crackled with an electric tension, a prelude to the secrets of the ages being laid bare. Dreams that felt like realities danced in his mind, whispering of nations rising and falling, of divine judgment, and the ultimate fate of humanity. As he closed his eyes, the world around him faded, and a new landscape unfolded, a tapestry woven with threads of prophecy and warning. He stood upon a hill, the earth trembling beneath him, a reflection of the turmoil in his soul. Shadows loomed in the distance, figures of beasts and rulers, each more fearsome than the last. They roared like thunder, their eyes burning with ambition, lust, and bloodshed. The first beast rose from the sea, fierce and formidable, with teeth like iron and 10 horns that seemed to pierce the very fabric of the sky. It was not merely a creature but a chilling representation of the empires that would rise from the ashes of despair. As Daniel gazed upon this beast, waves of dread washed over him, for he understood the significance of what he saw. The empires that would rule, the leaders who would deceive, the wars that would turn brother against brother, all were etched on the canvas of his vision. The fate of nations lay intertwined, twisted by the hands of time and the will of men. Each roar of the beast resonated in his chest, a reminder of the blood that would be spilled, the cries of the innocent echoing through the ages. In a whirlwind of emotion, another figure emerged, a ram charging with uncontrollable fury. It was a symbol of the Medes and Persians, its 2 horns standing tall and proud, a testament to their might. Yet Daniel knew that the ram's reign would be short-lived. A goat would come with a single horn, swift and merciless, representing Greece and the conquests that would reshape the world. The lands would tremble beneath the weight of swords drawn for glory and power, and the cries of the hearts left shattered would reverberate through the corridors of history. With each vision, the air thickened, charged with a sense of urgency. The clash of these empires would not merely alter landscapes. It would redefine human existence. The struggles, the suffering, the celestial ballet of fate danced before Daniel's eyes, each moment heavier than the last. He felt the anguish of those who would be caught in this turmoil, the innocents who would suffer under the weight of tyrannical rule. Their faces haunted him. Their cries became a balm on his heart, an understanding of the cost of ambition. In the midst of this chaos, a figure so radiant appeared that it cast a glow across the darkness. It was the Ancient of Days, seated on a throne of brilliance. The majesty of his presence made the beasts tremble and the winds hush. Daniel fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the glory that enveloped him. It was here, in this moment, he realized that despite the turmoil, amidst the chaos, there existed a divine authority, a promise that justice would prevail. The fate of kings and kingdoms rested in the hands of the Almighty, who watched over the earth with an unwavering gaze. Then came the judgment, an awe-inspiring display of power. Books were opened, and the deeds of all the nations were laid bare. The weight of every action, every choice, hung in the balance. Daniel shuddered as he envisioned the faces of leaders and peasants alike, standing before their Creator, bearing witness to their lives. The scales of justice tipped, and he felt the urgency of repentance wash over him. The time was near. The end was unfurling like a scroll, each line etched with the choices of humanity. And then the vision shifted again, a final image crashing into his mind like a wave breaking against the shore. A figure appeared, one like a son of man, coming with the clouds of heaven. He approached the Ancient of Days, and the weight of the moment drove Daniel to the ground. This was no ordinary man. This was the promise of salvation, the hope of the world. The significance of this figure rippled through history, binding the past, present, and future with threads of hope. But even in this moment of splendor, Daniel could feel the trepidation, the darkness lurking at the edges of the vision. For the beasts would not go quietly. They would clash against this promise, a final battle where good would face evil in a struggle that would echo through the ages. The tension was palpable, the air thick with anticipation. The stakes were higher than ever, the fate of humanity hanging in the balance. Daniel's heart raced as he was thrust into the whirlwind of emotions surrounding the final vision. Fear, hope, despair, and unwavering faith battled within him. The end times were unfolding, and he was but a witness to the divine choreography of history. The cries of the oppressed, the laughter of the victorious, the tears of the broken, all swirled together in a symphony of humanity's story. Suddenly, he was back in the silence of his chamber, the weight of what he had seen crashing upon him like the waves against the rocky shore. The visions lingered, pulsing in his mind, the emotions raw and vivid. He could not shake the feeling that the world was on the precipice of something monumental. The winds of change were stirring, and hearts would soon be tested. Behind the heavy veil of his thoughts, the echoes of the future loomed, a silent promise that the visions would not fade, that they would ripple through time like a stone cast into a still pond. The urgency of his calling surged within him. He had seen the beasts, he had stood before the Almighty, and now the world awaited the unfolding of the end times. The air was still electric, charged with the promise of what was to come. Daniel felt the weight of history on his shoulders, a burden he could not ignore. The tension hung in the air, thick enough to cut, ushering in the next chapter of humanity's tale, one that would change everything. In a dimly lit chamber, a sense of foreboding hung in the air, a weighty silence that seemed almost alive. The flickering candlelight danced across the walls, casting shadows that whispered of ancient secrets. Some 500 years before the dawn of the Common Era, a prophetic figure stood against the backdrop of a world teetering on the edge of change. His words, etched in stone and memory, would echo through time, weaving a tapestry of hope and despair that would stretch across centuries. The ancient scrolls, yellowed and frayed, were more than mere artifacts. They were the lifelines of souls seeking meaning in chaos. Every ink stroke was a heartbeat, each prophecy a mirror reflecting the struggles and aspirations of a people yearning for salvation. The air crackled with anticipation as followers gathered, their hearts pounding like war drums, each one clutching the promise of a deliverer, a leader who would rise from the ashes of oppression. In the year 586 BCE, the city of Jerusalem lay in ruins. The temple, a magnificent symbol of hope and faith, had been reduced to rubble under the might of Babylonian forces. But within this despair, the prophet Jeremiah spoke of a new covenant, a time when hearts would be transformed and a deeper connection with the divine would be forged. The words rolled off the tongues of the faithful, igniting flames of resilience. "I will put my law in their minds and write it on their hearts," he proclaimed, envisioning a future where faith was not just a ritual but a living bond. Fast forward to the turbulent days of the Roman Empire, where the air was thick with tension. Zealots, driven by dreams of liberation, clashed with Roman legions. They, too, clung to prophecy like a lifebuoy in a storm. The messages of Isaiah, speaking of a coming Messiah, rippled through the streets of Judea. "For unto us a child is born," the verses sang, promising hope wrapped in the innocence of a newborn. As mothers held their infants close, they dreamed of a future where their children might one day live in peace. And then came the whispers of fulfillment. A humble carpenter, born in a stable, stepped into the limelight. His very presence sent shivers down spines. Could this be the one? The prophecies that had floated through the air for generations began to take shape in the life of a man whose compassion shattered boundaries and whose words pierced hearts like arrows. The blind received sight, the lame walked, and the outcasts were embraced. With every miracle, the pulse of prophecy quickened, drawing believers and skeptics alike into a whirlwind of excitement and fear. Yet, with every flicker of hope came the shadow of doubt. The religious leaders, entrenched in tradition, viewed this new teacher with suspicion. Could a carpenter from Nazareth truly embody the prophecies that had defined their existence? As Jesus of Nazareth preached love and forgiveness, the tension thickened, threatening to explode. The crowd surged, each person caught in the riptide of a growing fervor. While the authorities plotted in the shadows, their hearts hardened against the very essence of hope. The betrayal of Judas sent shockwaves through the disciples, each one grappling with despair. A prophecy in Zechariah foretold of betrayal for 30 pieces of silver, a transaction that would seal their fate. The Last Supper unfolded, thick with unspoken words, as Jesus broke bread, revealing that even in the darkest moments, love would prevail. The weight of destiny pressed down on their shoulders, each disciple seeking to understand the significance of the unfolding drama. As the night deepened, the arrest in the Garden of Gethsemane marked a turning point. The air crackled with tension, the moon casting an eerie glow on the faces of those who had once embraced hope. The prophecies of suffering echoed eerily in the background, painting a portrait of a Messiah who would bear the weight of the world's sins. He was despised and rejected by mankind, whispered the winds, a haunting reminder of what lay ahead. The trials were swift and unyielding, an echo of the prophecies that had foretold betrayal and sacrifice. As Jesus stood before Pilate, the crowd's cries for crucifixion rang like thunder. The moment felt surreal, a chilling culmination of centuries of longing. The cross loomed large, a symbol of anguish yet also a beacon of hope. In that moment of despair, the prophecy of Isaiah echoed, "By his wounds, we are healed." Hearts raced as the inevitable approached. Yet, even as darkness descended on Golgotha, a flicker of light remained. The earth trembled, the sky turned black, and the curtain of the temple tore in two, as if the very fabric of reality was being rewritten. The prophecies that had once felt like distant dreams began to feel tangible, almost within reach. The resurrection would echo through history like a drumbeat, a powerful affirmation that hope could rise again, even from the deepest despair. As the women approached the tomb 3 days later, their hearts were heavy with sorrow, yet there was a whisper of something greater. "He is not here, he has risen." The words rang out, bursting forth like sunlight piercing through storm clouds. The fulfillment of prophecies was not an end but a beginning, a promise that transcended time and space, forever altering the course of humanity. History turned its pages, and with each passing generation, the prophecies continued to unfurl, echoing through the hearts of those who sought truth amid uncertainty. The struggle between despair and hope, fulfillment and longing, played out in lives across continents and cultures. As the faithful gathered, sharing the stories of a man who changed everything, they felt the pulse of prophecy continuing to beat, urging them forward. With every word spoken, every scripture shared, the tapestry of prophecy wove itself deeper into the human experience. The longing for connection, the search for meaning, and the desire for redemption became the threads that bound generations together. The echoes of ancient voices reverberated through the ages, reminding them that history was not just a record of events, but a living narrative of faith and fulfillment. It was a promise that whispered through time, a reminder that the journey was far from over. The anticipation hung in the air, crackling with the tension of what was yet to come. as the stage was set for a new chapter in the unfolding story of humanity. The prophecies continued to unfold, weaving lives together in an intricate dance of belief, longing, and hope. The future waited on the brink, shrouded in mystery yet illuminated by the light of countless dreams. In a dimly lit room, an ancient scroll unfurls, whispering secrets that have echoed through the centuries. The words are vibrant, pulsating with life, and as they are read aloud, they bring forth visions of a time long past, the time of Daniel. The air thickens with anticipation. His story is more than a tale. It is a powerful force that has shaped the very essence of Jewish and Christian thought. Like a river carving its path through stone, Daniel's influence has shaped beliefs, inspired movements, and ignited hope where darkness threatened to take root. Daniel stands tall among the prophets, not just as a figure of faith but as a beacon of resilience. His life in Babylon, far from his homeland, was a narrative of survival and faithfulness. Captured and exiled, he found himself in a foreign land where the whispers of his God could easily be drowned out by the clamor of a new culture. Yet, against all odds, Daniel's faith blossomed. He interpreted dreams and visions that revealed divine plans, his wisdom shining through the chaos surrounding him. It wasn't simply about surviving. It was about thriving and holding on to hope when everything seemed lost. When Daniel faced the lion's den, the fear of death loomed large, yet his unwavering trust in God turned the jaws of those fierce beasts into instruments of divine protection. This dramatic moment resonated through the ages, inspiring countless believers to find courage amid their own trials. How often have hearts faltered in the face of adversity? Daniel's story told them to stand firm, to not shrink back, and to trust in the unseen hand that guides. The book of Daniel is more than a narrative. It's a rich tapestry woven with themes of faith, prophecy, and the promise of redemption. It is the prophetic visions that truly stirred the hearts of both Jewish and Christian thinkers. The vivid imagery of beasts, kingdoms, and the ultimate triumph of good over evil captured imaginations and sparked the fires of belief. The prophecies of a coming Messiah, a figure who would deliver justice and peace, ignited fervent hopes within a restless people. For the Jews, Daniel's visions spoke of a future restoration, a time when God would gather his people and reign over them. For early Christians, the fulfillment of these prophecies in the life of Jesus became a cornerstone of their faith, intertwining their beliefs with Daniel's ancient words. As the centuries turned and the world transformed, Daniel's impact did not fade. It deepened. The early Christians, grappling with their identity, found solace and strength in Daniel's experiences. They saw their own struggles reflected in his unwavering faith. In the catacombs, where believers gathered in secret, his story became a source of inspiration. It whispered to them that they, too, could overcome persecution, just as Daniel overcame the lions. His courage became a rallying cry, and his faith a guiding star for those who felt lost in the darkness. In the medieval period, the fascination with Daniel's apocalyptic visions surged once more. Scholars pored over his texts, attempting to unlock the mysteries that lay within. The symbolism of the four beasts, the vision of the Ancient of Days, and the promise of a kingdom that would never end captivated theologians and laypeople alike. His words were not mere historical accounts. They were living prophecies that breathed hope into the hearts of the oppressed. The imagery of a divine kingdom, a place where justice and peace would reign eternally, resonated deeply in an age marked by turmoil and despair. The Reformation ignited a new flame of interest in scriptural texts, and once again, Daniel found his voice. Reformers, seeking to return to the roots of faith, turned to the prophetic revelations that Daniel had shared. They recognized that his words were not just relics of the past but living truths that spoke to their present struggles. The promise of God's sovereignty over earthly kingdoms fueled their passions, urging them to stand against corruption and seek a purer faith. Daniel's influence transcended time, weaving itself into the very fabric of theological debates and movements. As the Enlightenment unfolded, the quest for understanding took on new dimensions. Scholars dissected Daniel's text, searching for historical context and hidden meanings. His visions of empires rising and falling became fodder for discussions about power, morality, and the human condition. Yet, even in a time of growing skepticism, the essence of Daniel's message remained powerful. The longing for hope, justice, and redemption echoed through the ages, reminding individuals that faith could illuminate the darkest of times. In the modern era, Daniel's legacy continues to impact both Jewish and Christian thought. His story serves as a bridge, uniting communities in shared aspirations for justice and peace. Whether through sermons that echo his courageous defiance or in prayers that invoke his resilience, Daniel's influence is palpable. His life calls for reflection in times of uncertainty, urging believers to embrace faith even when the world around them feels chaotic. As the scroll lays open, the words hover in the air, as if waiting for someone to breathe life into them once more. Daniel's spirit dances through the hearts of those who read, igniting a fire that refuses to be extinguished. His legacy, woven into the very essence of faith, continues to inspire, to challenge, and to uplift. The walls of time cannot contain his impact. They only serve to amplify the resonance of his story. Each generation finds a new layer, a fresh understanding of what it means to trust in the divine amidst a world filled with uncertainty. The echoes of Daniel's life linger in the air, hinting at the profound connections that bind his story to countless others. His influence is a tapestry that stretches across cultures and centuries, whispering truths that compel believers to rise above their circumstances. In the shadows of history, Daniel remains a sentinel of faith, watching over those who dare to dream, to hope, and to believe in a future that is yet to unfold. The narrative does not end here. It simply transitions, ready for the next chapter, where the threads of faith and prophecy continue to weave their intricate dance, beckoning all who seek meaning and purpose in this vast and wondrous tapestry of existence. In the heart of night, within the ancient city of Babylon, a lone figure stood at the edge of the Euphrates River. The shimmering water, reflecting 1,000 stars, whispered secrets of hope and despair to anyone who dared to listen. The air was thick with longing, heavy with the weight of dreams deferred. For those exiled from their homeland, every breath held a reminder of what was lost, yet also flickered with the promise of resilience. Daniel, the young Hebrew captive, peered into the abyss of the river, his heart a storm of emotions. He had been taken from everything he knew, the familiar sense of his homeland, the warmth of family gatherings, the rhythm of his people's prayers. Yet here he was, standing in a land filled with strange gods and unfamiliar faces. The grand walls of Babylon loomed in the distance, a fortress of opulence and power, but they did little to silence the cries of his heart yearning for home. As the moonlight danced across the water, Daniel recalled the stories of his ancestors, tales of faith woven with moments of trial, stories that had been passed down through generations. They spoke of Abraham, who left everything behind, trusting in promises unseen. They spoke of Joseph, who found himself in a pit, yet rose to power, guiding nations through famine. These stories pulsed through him like lifeblood, igniting a fire of determination. Despite his exile, he would remain faithful. Babylon had its own allure. The gardens, said to be the envy of the world, flourished with vibrant colors, but they felt like a gilded cage to Daniel's soul. The feasts held in the king's palace were grand, filled with laughter and luxury, yet they echoed with an emptiness he could not ignore. As he sat at the table, surrounded by lords and dignitaries, Daniel's thoughts drifted to the laws of his God, sacred and unyielding. The pressure to conform pressed upon him like a heavy cloak, but he refused to let it shroud his spirit. One evening, a royal decree echoed through the city. All were to bow before the golden statue of King Nebuchadnezzar. The music filled the air, a mesmerizing call to submission. In that moment, Daniel felt the pulse of 1,000 hearts around him, each laced with fear. They were his people, lost and weary, struggling to reconcile their faith with the demands of a foreign land. He could almost hear their whispers, "What will happen if we don't comply?" But Daniel's resolve hardened. He remembered the stories, the faith of his ancestors that refused to wane even in the face of adversity. With a voice steady as the mountains, he spoke to his fellow exiles. "We cannot bow to idols. "Our God is alive, and our faithfulness is our strength." His words were a lifeline, igniting a spark of courage in the hearts of many. They were afraid, yes, but together they felt invincible. The day of reckoning arrived, the sun glaring down on the colossal statue. As the music swelled, a throng of people knelt in reverence, their foreheads touching the ground in submission. But three young men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, stood tall, their backs straight as arrows. Their defiance was like a roaring flame against the chill of cowardice. Daniel's heart raced. Would they truly pay the ultimate price for their faith? The king, enraged by their refusal, ordered the furnace to be heated 7 times hotter. The flames leaped and crackled, hungry for the souls of those who dared to challenge his authority. A palpable tension filled the air, and the onlookers gasped, holding their breath as the three were bound and thrown into the fire. But even in the face of certain death, they remained unyielding, their faith unwavering. As the flames blazed, something miraculous happened. The king's eyes widened in disbelief. "Did we not cast 3 men into the fire?" he shouted. "Behold, I see 4 men loose, walking in the midst of the fire, and they are not hurt." The crowd erupted in astonished murmurs, witnessing a sight that defied logic. In that moment, Daniel felt the presence of the divine, enveloping his friends with a peace that surpassed understanding. Days turned into weeks, and the trials did not cease. The people of Babylon watched in awe as Daniel continued to interpret dreams and visions, revealing truths that only he could articulate. The wisdom bestowed upon him felt like a gift, but also a burden. Each revelation drew him deeper into the political intrigues of the king's court, and yet he remained anchored in his faith. The weight of his purpose was heavy, but it was a weight he bore with dignity. Even as shadows of doubt crept into his heart, Daniel held on to the promise that he was never alone. The stories of his ancestors had prepared him for this very moment. He would not surrender his convictions, even when the world around him crumbled. Every encounter with the fierce Babylonian leaders felt like a battle, but with each victory, his faith blossomed like a wildflower in a desolate desert. In the quiet hours of the night, when the stars illuminated the sky, he would pray. Each word whispered into the vastness was a thread that connected him to his God, weaving a tapestry of hope amidst despair. His heart burned with a longing for his homeland, but within that longing lay a fierce determination to remain true to his beliefs, to inspire others to do the same. The echoes of Babylon surrounded him, a constant reminder of the struggle between faith and fear. The challenges were unrelenting, yet the lessons of faithfulness remained etched in his spirit. Each day brought new trials, each moment a test of loyalty. The people looked to Daniel, seeking reassurance, and he met their gaze with a steadfast heart. The story of his faith would not end in silence. It was only the beginning, a beginning that pulsed with the promise of what was to come. The river flowed on, carrying with it the burdens and hopes of a people, while the night sky bore witness to an extraordinary journey that had only just begun. In a dimly lit chamber, the flicker of candlelight danced across the walls, casting long shadows that seemed to whisper secrets from a time long past. At the center of it all knelt a man, his forehead pressed against the cool stone floor, arms outstretched in fervent supplication. Daniel, a figure of unwavering faith, was a prisoner in a foreign land. Yet in that moment he was free. The weight of the world fell away as he poured out his heart in prayer. Around him, the oppressive atmosphere of Babylon loomed, but the connection he felt in that sacred act rose above all earthly concerns. What could possibly compel a man to pray when everything around him seemed lost? Daniel had faced unimaginable trials. He was taken from his homeland, stripped of his identity, and thrust into a culture that revered false gods. Yet, here he was, whispering his fears, hopes, and dreams to the heavens, utterly unashamed. His voice was a melody of desperation, yet also a song of trust. Each word, each plea, reverberated in the silence that surrounded him, echoing through the ages, a comforting reminder that prayer was not powerless but a lifeline, a bridge connecting the finite to the infinite. Daniel understood the significance of these moments. In a world that often felt chaotic and unrelenting, he found solace in prayer, a practice that anchored him to his faith. His companions, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, perhaps also knelt in their own quarters, praying for strength, wisdom, and the courage to stand firm against the tide of conformity. Together they represented a flicker of light in a land that sought to extinguish it. The king's decree had been clear: worship no other gods, or face the fiery furnace. Yet, Daniel continued to pray. He had learned early on that prayer was not just a ritual. It was a lifeline that could change circumstances, hearts, and destinies. Each time he turned his face toward Jerusalem, he was not merely reciting words. He was claiming his identity, his history, and his God. With every prayer, he imbued the air around him with an electric tension, a potent mix of faith and defiance that resonated deeply. As the clock ticked on the wall, the sounds of Babylon, the clanging of metal, the distant laughter of revelers, faded away. It was just Daniel and the divine. His heart beat like a drum, steady and resolute, as he prayed for divine intervention. There was a certain urgency in the air, a sense that something monumental was on the brink of happening. The heavens seemed to listen, and in that intimate moment, Daniel felt an overwhelming wave of peace wash over him. He was not alone. He never had been. His prayers were not merely for himself. They transcended his own fears. They reached out for the welfare of his people, for the restoration of Jerusalem, for hope in despair. Generations to come would look to Daniel not just for his courage, but for his example of unwavering faith. His commitment to prayer would become a beacon, illuminating the path for countless others who would find themselves in their own dark nights. As his prayers echoed in the stillness, whispers of the past began to swirl around him. The stories of his ancestors came alive. Moses parting the Red Sea, Elijah calling down fire from the heavens, Esther stepping boldly into the king's presence. Daniel was part of a lineage that knew the power of prayer, a heritage that seemed to course through his veins. Each story was a reminder of God's faithfulness, and the realization struck him. Prayer was not just a practice. It was a legacy. Suddenly, the door swung open with a creak that shattered the sacred quiet, and in marched the guards, their faces taut with duty. Daniel lifted his head, eyes ablaze with determination. The decree had been issued, yet he remained steadfast. As they dragged him from his sanctuary, the tension in the air thickened. Could prayer save him now? Would God intervene, as he had for those before him? As the guards led him through the echoing halls of the palace, his heart pulsed with the rhythm of hope intertwined with fear. The rulers of Babylon had no understanding of the power they toyed with. His captors, confident in their might, underestimated the strength of a man whose heart was anchored in prayer. They would soon learn what it meant to provoke the God of heaven. For Daniel's faith was a force that could not be contained. He had tasted the sweetness of divine connection, and he would not relinquish that for the fleeting pleasures of this world. As they approached the throne room, the tension in his chest threatened to consume him. But then he remembered the words of his prayers, the promises uttered in faith. The God who had delivered him from the jaws of lions and protected his friends in the furnace was still the same. In the face of adversity, prayer was the unwavering shield that guarded his spirit, igniting a fire deep within him that could not be extinguished. The audience chamber, filled with the elite of Babylon, was a sight to behold. Golden tapestries adorned the walls, and the air was thick with the scent of opulence. Yet, amidst the grandeur, Daniel remained oddly detached, his focus unwavering. He felt an electric pull, a connection to something beyond the material world before him. The king's voice boomed, but it was the soft whisper of God that resonated in Daniel's heart. With every moment that passed, he felt the weight of history resting on his shoulders. Each gaze that fell upon him was a reminder of the legacy he carried, a legacy of faith that would echo through the ages. What would his life inspire? Would others take up the mantle of prayer? Daniel's heart quickened. He was not just a man in a moment. He was a vessel, a living testament to the power of prayer that could reshape destinies and alter the course of nations. As the king demanded an explanation for his defiance, a hush fell over the crowd. Daniel could feel the tension crackling in the air. It was almost palpable. His lips parted, and he was ready to speak, ready to share the truth that had sustained him through every trial. In that moment, he embodied the very essence of his faith, a beacon of hope, standing firm against the relentless tide of darkness. Would the world listen? Would they understand the profound truth he was about to reveal? And with his heart full of faith, Daniel began to speak, the chamber hanging on his every word, unaware that they were about to witness a miracle that would ripple through history, a testament to the unyielding power of prayer that would inspire generations to come. In the flickering light of torches, the air crackled with tension as the king's edict echoed through the grand halls of Babylon. A young man named Daniel stood resolute, his heart pounding against his ribcage like a drum, a melody of courage and fear intertwined. Around him, shadows danced on the walls, amplifying the weight of the moment. The decree was a simple one: bow before the towering golden statue erected by King Nebuchadnezzar or face the fiery furnace. The thought alone sent chills down the spines of even the bravest soldiers in the city. But Daniel was no ordinary young man. Alongside him stood his three friends, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, each one a beacon of unwavering faith in the face of catastrophe. As whispers of rebellion murmured among the crowd, the four friends exchanged looks filled with understanding and resolve, their eyes reflecting a bond forged in shared adversity. They had been taken from their homeland, stripped of their names and identities, yet in this moment, they would reclaim their true selves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the golden figure glimmered against the twilight sky, a cold reminder of the king's power. The festive sounds of Babylon faded into a haunting silence, broken only by the distant murmurs of the crowd, waiting for the inevitable. The tension was palpable. It wrapped itself around the hearts of the onlookers like a tight coil, squeezing the breath from their lungs. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that could only end with a choice that might demand everything. "Daniel," Hananiah whispered, his voice barely audible, trembling with the weight of what lay ahead. "What will we do?" The question hung in the air, heavy and fraught with consequence, every eye upon them, every ear straining to catch a hint of hesitation. "We'll stand for what we believe," Daniel replied, his voice steady, unwavering like a lighthouse amidst a raging storm. "Our God is powerful, and we will not bow." A fierce determination glimmered in his eyes, a promise made not just to himself, but to all generations that would listen to their story long after the flames of Babylon had turned to ash. As the horns blared and the crowd prepared for the grand moment of worship, Mishael felt a shiver run down his spine. Would they be the only ones defying the king? Would they meet their end in the blistering flames? Yet, it was in this uncertainty that he found strength, a clarity that pierced through the fear. To stand firm in faith was their only option. The moment arrived. The statue stood tall, casting a long shadow over the assembled multitude. The command rang out, echoing like thunder, "Bow down!" And as everyone else sank to their knees, Daniel and his friends remained unyielding. The silence that followed was deafening. It was as if the world held its breath, waiting for the inevitable fury of the king. Anger ignited in Nebuchadnezzar's eyes as he watched them stand firm, unbowed. "Bring them to me," he roared, his voice like a storm raging against the sea. The guards seized the four young men, dragging them before the king, their hearts pounding but their spirits soaring. As they stood in front of the monarch, the firelight flickered, casting ominous shadows around the throne room. "Is it true?" Nebuchadnezzar's voice was sharp, each word like a dagger. "Will you not serve my gods or worship the image I have set up?" The pressure of his gaze felt immense, but Daniel met it with unwavering resolve. "We do not need to defend ourselves before you," Daniel declared, his voice steady, a calming force amidst the chaos. "If we are thrown into the blazing furnace, the God we serve is able to deliver us. But even if he does not, we will not serve your gods." His words pierced through the air, igniting a spark of defiance that sent a shudder of disbelief through the assembled crowd. The king's face twisted in rage, and the heat of the moment felt almost tangible, like the flames they might soon face. "Heat the furnace 7 times hotter," he commanded. His fury only intensified as he turned back to the friends, who stood resolute against the crackling tension of the furnace's flames, already roaring with a life of their own. As the guards bound them and prepared to cast them into the inferno, Mishael whispered a prayer, his heart racing. Would this be the end? Would their faith be a whisper snuffed out by the flames? Yet, he felt the warmth of Daniel's hand on his shoulder, a silent reminder that they did not stand alone. They were united not just by friendship but by a faith that reached beyond the here and now. The guards, driven by the king's fury, stumbled back as they approached the mouth of the furnace. The flames leaped out like hungry beasts, licking at the air. But as they hurled the friends into the roaring fire, a miracle unfolded. The flames, instead of consuming them, danced around them like a protective shield. The onlookers gasped, a mix of horror and awe taking hold. In the heart of the furnace, a fourth figure appeared, radiant and majestic. The fiery heat was now a gentle warmth, surrounding Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah in an embrace of divine protection. Their faith had transformed the flames into a sanctuary instead of a tomb. Outside, the king's face twisted in disbelief as he peered into the furnace. "Did we not throw 3 men into the fire?" he asked, his voice trembling. The crowd gasped as he squinted, his jaw dropping in shock. "Look, I see 4 men walking around in the fire, unbound and unharmed, and the 4th looks like a son of the gods." In that moment, the legacy of courage etched itself into the annals of history. The echoes of their defiance would resound through generations, tales of faith and bravery marking the pages of time. The king, overwhelmed, called for them to come out, and as they stepped from the flames, not a hair on their heads was singed, nor did they smell of smoke. Their courage had rewritten their destiny and that of countless others who would draw strength from their story. The crowd, once silent, erupted in a chorus of astonishment and reverence, understanding the magnitude of what they had witnessed. They had seen courage in the face of adversity, a testament to the power of faith that defied even the most daunting of circumstances. As the fire raged behind them, a new chapter stirred on the horizon, filled with hope and the promise of even greater challenges to come. The legacy of Daniel and his friends was just beginning, and the world would never be the same. Underneath the sprawling sky, where the sun surrendered to the horizon, a small village gathered for the evening light. Their faces, etched with lines of hardship and joy, reflected the age-old struggle of humanity, a quest for meaning in the chaos of existence. As shadows lengthened, the air thickened with anticipation. An ancient tale was about to unfold. In this quiet place, whispers of divine sovereignty danced on the breeze, mingling with fears of judgment and the desperate hope for redemption. In the beginning, there was the Creator, a figure both formidable and intimate, whose very breath brought life to the cosmos. The villagers, with their humble homes and simple lives, often looked to the heavens for signs of his presence. They believed deeply that everything in their world was under his watchful eye. The beauty and the brutality of nature were reflections of his will, sunshine that nurtured the fields and storms that leveled them. To the villagers, his sovereignty was not just a distant concept. It was a living, breathing force that governed their daily lives. Yet, this belief did not come without its shadows. When calamity struck, a drought that turned green pastures to dust or a sickness that swept through like wildfire, questions arose. Was their God still sovereign? Did he not see their suffering? Judgment, they feared, was lurking in the dark corners of their faith, waiting to pounce on the unsuspecting. The stories passed down through generations told of cities laid to waste, of nations judged for their transgressions. In those moments of despair, hope often flickered like a candle in the wind, fragile and easily snuffed out. One evening, as the moon bathed the village in its silvery glow, an old woman named Miriam gathered the children around her. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom, and her voice, quivering yet steady, spoke of a love that transcended even the harshest judgment. "You see, my dear ones," she began, "the Creator is not just a ruler who wields power. He is also a father who longs to redeem his children." Her words wove through the air, wrapping around the hearts of those listening, igniting a flicker of hope. Miriam recounted the tales of ancient prophets, men who stood before kings, trembling yet bold, proclaiming the need for repentance. They spoke of a God who, despite his fury, yearned for the return of his people, like a shepherd searching for a lost lamb. With each story, the children's eyes widened, imagining a world where judgment was not the end, but a means to be restored. In that sacred moment, the themes of sovereignty, judgment, and redemption intertwined, creating a tapestry of divine grace that held the crowd in rapt attention. But not all was well in the village. Beneath the tranquil surface, tensions simmered like a pot on the brink of boiling over. Not everyone shared Miriam's optimistic view. A group of elders, fearful of the divine wrath, sought to impose strict rules, believing that only through rigid adherence to the law could the village avoid destruction. They raised their voices in fervent prayers, echoing the ancient cries for mercy, but their hearts were heavy with fear. They feared judgment would come not only for the sins of the village, but for their own lack of control over the unpredictable nature of life itself. One fateful night, a storm unleashed its fury upon the village. Rain fell like sheets of silver, lightning illuminated the sky, and thunder roared like a fierce beast. The villagers huddled in their homes, praying for deliverance. They felt the weight of judgment pressing down, a reminder of their frailty. Yet, amidst the chaos, Miriam stood outside, arms outstretched, welcoming the storm as if it were an old friend. "This is not punishment," she cried, her voice barely audible over the howling wind. "This is a chance for renewal." As the storm raged, the villagers began to understand the dual nature of their faith. Divine sovereignty meant that nothing happened outside of God's control, but it also meant that even in moments of turmoil, the potential for redemption was never far away. They listened to Miriam's voice, her words piercing through their fear like a beacon of light. And slowly, they emerged from their homes, standing together, united not by fear, but by the possibility of grace. The storm eventually passed, leaving the village drenched but unharmed. As the dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, a profound silence wrapped around them. The air felt different, charged with the electricity of new beginnings. They gathered in the village square, hearts still racing but spirits lifted. What had once divided them now brought them closer. They reflected on their shared experiences, acknowledging that the God they served was not merely a distant monarch, but a loving father who offered them a chance at redemption. In that moment, the villagers understood that judgment was not solely about punishment. It was about the opportunity to reflect, to change, and to be made whole again. They felt the weight of their past, the wrongs committed, the hearts broken, and they chose to forgive one another. The very act of coming together was an act of defiance against despair, a proclamation that they would not let fear dictate their lives. The sun rose higher, and a new day began, filled with promise and potential. They could feel it in their bones. The story was far from over. Gathered as a community, they began to sing, a chorus of voices rising to the heavens, harmonizing their fears with their hopes. Sovereignty, judgment, and redemption no longer felt like distant concepts. They were woven into the very fabric of their lives. The villagers stood hand in hand, eyes turned upward, their hearts brimming with the realization that their Creator was not only in control, but was also deeply entwined in their journey. As their song echoed through the valley, it awakened something ancient within the earth, a longing for reconciliation that resonated far beyond their small village. And in that stirring, the promise of redemption began to ripple outward, touching lives unknown, igniting flames of hope in distant lands, where souls awaited the same awakening. The themes of sovereignty and judgment would continue to play out, woven deeply into the human experience. But now there was a new thread, one of redemption that whispered of grace, inviting all to embrace the transformative power of love. In a dimly lit ancient chamber, shadows danced across the walls as a scroll unfurled, revealing whispers of a world teetering on the edge of doom and salvation. The air crackled with the weight of prophecy, words penned by a man who stood resolute amidst the storm of captivity. This was no ordinary tale. It was the Book of Daniel, a tapestry woven with threads of dreams, fierce visions, and a God who spoke through the night. As Daniel, a young man exiled in Babylon, interpreted the dreams of kings, his heart pounded with the urgency of his divine mission. The very essence of his being trembled before the truth of the visions. A colossal statue made of gold, silver, bronze, and iron with feet of clay, symbolizing empires that would rise and fall. Each hammered detail echoed the history of nations yet to come, enshrining both his people's anguish and their ultimate hope for deliverance. The chilling chill of fate loomed heavy, every heartbeat a reminder of the fragile line between despair and destiny. Daniel was not just a prophet. He was a bridge between heaven and earth. His life became a living testament to the power of faith in a foreign land. As the king's court bustled with skeptics and sycophants, Daniel stood as a solitary candle flickering in the darkness, illuminating the path for those willing to see. His interpretation of Nebuchadnezzar's dreams was a dazzling revelation, one that shook the very foundation of Babylonian pride. With each word, he dismantled the false idols of power, exposing the transient nature of human glory. The king, both awed and terrified, faced the stark reminder that he was not the ultimate authority. There existed a greater power, one that ruled over the heavens and the earth. As the story unfolded, the tension escalated. The fiery furnace loomed, its flames licking the air with an insatiable hunger, hungry for the defiance of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. The trio stood resolute, their faith like armor against the roaring inferno. "Our God is able to deliver us," they declared, voices steady yet trembling with the gravity of their words. In that moment, the atmosphere thickened with the specter of death, yet their spirits soared. They knew the stakes, and their courage transformed fear into an unbreakable bond of faith. The furnace roared to life, but as the flames danced, an unexpected figure emerged amidst the fire. For men walking unscathed, their presence illuminating the darkness. It was a sight that sent shivers down the spine of the onlookers, the embodiment of divine protection. God had not abandoned his people, and in that moment, the oppressive weight of despair lifted, replaced by a powerful vision of hope. The heart raced as the realization sank in. Faith could withstand even the most ferocious of flames. Daniel's own trials were no less harrowing. Cast into the lion's den, he faced the most primal fears. The darkness enveloped him, but his faith illuminated the night. As the great beasts prowled, Daniel remained calm, a testament to unwavering trust. The tension was palpable. The lions, majestic yet terrifying, circled him, their growls a reminder of the world's danger. Yet he felt no fear, for he knew the God who had shut the mouths of the lions. The night was long and fraught with uncertainty, yet in the stillness he found peace. At dawn's break, the king, full of concern, rushed to the den, his heart pounding in his chest. "Daniel, servant of the living God, has your God been able to deliver you?" His voice trembled with a mixture of hope and dread. And then, like a dream emerging from a fog, Daniel's voice echoed back through the darkness. "O king, live forever. My God sent his angel and shut the lions' mouths." The king felt a surge of relief and awe wash over him, a powerful reminder that the living God reigned supreme over even the most hopeless of situations. The energy spread like wildfire, igniting faith in the hearts of those who witnessed the miracle. The Book of Daniel was not merely a collection of ancient stories. It was a manual for survival, a guide for the soul faced with overwhelming odds. Each chapter pulsated with a rhythm of hope and despair, of courage and fear, echoing the struggles of the faithful through generations. Daniel's visions reached far beyond his time, whispering truths that would resonate throughout history, shaping the hearts of believers facing their own trials. As visions of beasts and kingdoms swirled in his mind, the prophetic messages pierced the hearts of those who dared to listen. The struggles of the Jewish people echoed throughout the ages, a mirror reflecting their resilience against oppression. The significance of the Book of Daniel rippled through time, influencing the very fabric of faith across cultures. Each reader would find themselves at a crossroads. Do they believe in the light of hope that shines through the darkness, or do they succumb to the despair that threatens to engulf them? The ancient scrolls, once hidden away, became a lifeline amidst the chaos of empires and the struggles of the faithful. The interpretations of Daniel resonated with the hearts of those who felt lost, providing a beacon of hope in a world overshadowed by uncertainty. The visions were alive, breathing life into the seemingly impossible. They spoke of a future where divine justice would triumph over earthly tyranny. As the flames flickered out in the furnace and the lions lay at peace in their den, the echoes of Daniel's story transcended boundaries, inspiring countless souls to stand firm in their beliefs. The tension of survival, the thrill of divine intervention, and the hope found within the pages of the Book of Daniel created an unbreakable bond between the past and the future, a connection that reverberated through the ages. In the stillness of a moonlit night, a faint rustle echoed through the ancient city of Babylon. The air was thick with the scent of spices and the distant sound of merchants bargaining. It was a time when dreams and doubts danced together, and a young man named Daniel stood at a crossroads. With his heart pounding in his chest, he faced the clamor of a world that demanded conformity and fear. He was about to make a choice that would echo through time, a choice that would teach generations about courage, faith, and unwavering integrity. Daniel's life was a tapestry woven from threads of adversity and hope. After being taken from his homeland, he found himself in a foreign palace, surrounded by the grandeur of kings and the whisper of power. In this world, where loyalty could easily be bought and truth often twisted, Daniel remained true to his beliefs. His story unfolds like a gripping tale of survival, a testament to the strength of the human spirit against the rising tide of oppression. The tension in this vibrant world was palpable, a reminder that even in the darkest times, the light of faith could shine brightly. As the sun rose over Babylon, casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets, Daniel's unwavering resolve became a beacon for those around him. He faced the formidable King Nebuchadnezzar, a ruler whose whims could change the course of history with a mere flick of his finger. The king had dreams that haunted him, visions dark and foreboding, and he turned to his wise men, demanding answers. Yet, it was Daniel, a captive, who stepped forward, calm and composed, ready to confront not only a king's fear but the very fabric of destiny itself. The moment was electric, as Daniel interpreted the king's dream with a clarity that stunned the court. He revealed not only the fate of kingdoms but also the importance of humility and the peril of pride. Here, in the palatial halls where power reigned supreme, Daniel's wisdom shone through, reminding everyone that true greatness lies not in control, but in understanding one's place in the grand design of life. But that was just the beginning. His courage would be tested further, as jealousy brewed among the nobles. They conspired against him, forging a decree that would seal Daniel's fate. A roaring furnace awaited those who dared to defy the king's orders. Yet, Daniel's friends, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, stood resolute by his side. Their defiance was a powerful statement, a refusal to bow to fear, even when the flames licked hungrily at the air around them. As they marched towards the fiery pit, hearts pounding, they did not waver. Their faith was unshakable, a powerful testament to the strength of belief even when faced with unspeakable odds. In that moment, the fire did not consume them. Instead, it became a canvas for a miracle. The king, witnessing the impossible, saw not just three men but a fourth figure walking with them, glowing in the flames. This profound moment sent ripples through the kingdom and beyond, offering hope and stirring the hearts of many. People began to whisper tales of Daniel and his friends, tales of courage that could light even the darkest of nights. As history swept forward, Daniel's legacy morphed into lessons that resonate even today. His unwavering faith amidst challenges serves as a guiding light, urging individuals to stand tall and speak truth to power. In a world where the noise of doubt and fear can drown out conviction, Daniel's story becomes a lifeline, reminding us that integrity is stronger than the mightiest of flames. Fast forward to today, and we find ourselves in a world not so different from Daniel's Babylon. The challenges may have shifted, but the essence remains. In boardrooms where decisions hold the fate of communities, in classrooms where young minds are molded, and in the streets where voices cry out for justice, the echoes of Daniel's actions resound. His story teaches that standing firm in one's beliefs is not a relic of the past. It is a call to arms for the present. When faced with crises that seem insurmountable, when the weight of the world bears down, the spirit of Daniel nudges individuals to harness their inner strength. It whispers to each heart, "Do not bow to fear. Believe in the truth even when the odds are stacked against you." The essence of courage is wrapped in the fabric of those who dare to be different, who choose to stand apart for the sake of justice and truth. In workplaces where ethics are tested, where compromises lurk around every corner, Daniel's resolve urges individuals to stay true to their values. His story reminds us that sometimes the most significant battles are not fought on physical fields but in the quiet resolve of our hearts. When whispers of dishonesty swirl and shortcuts beckon, the echoes of a young man from Babylon challenge us to rise above the noise. And just when the narrative seems to settle, new challenges arise. Issues of inequality, climate change, and the struggle for truth in a world overflowing with misinformation. Daniel's courage becomes a rallying cry for those who stand against oppression, for those who seek to illuminate the shadows of fear and despair. His legacy lives on in every act of kindness, in every stand for justice, and in every moment when someone chooses to speak out, to be the voice for the voiceless. The history of Daniel is not just an ancient tale. It is a living, breathing testament to the power of integrity. Each person who draws inspiration from his life becomes a thread in the tapestry of change. The world watches as these individuals rise, emboldened by the stories of those who face trials with unflinching faith. As they walk through their own fiery trials, they carry with them the flame of Daniel's spirit, igniting hope in the hearts of others. With each turn of events, the narrative of Daniel intertwines with the struggles of today, forging connections that transcend time. The pulse of his story beats steadily, urging those who listen to adapt his lessons to their realities. As they step into their own Babylonian moments, they find themselves not merely history spectators but active participants in the unfolding saga of courage, truth, and unwavering faith. The shadows of doubt loom large, but Daniel's spirit remains, a guiding light illuminating the way forward, forever resonating in the hearts of those who dare to dream and fight for a better tomorrow.